to an imaginary story of Tintswalo. Under this slogan and story, we have heard only promises. Economy will grow, infrastructure will be accelerated, crime will be defeated, corruption will be uprooted, jobs will be created, municipalities will be reimagined. But the lived story. In Johannesburg, communities line up at water tankers, industrialized city. In rural provinces, families are still sharing stream water with animals, and their calls for reliable sanitation fell on deaf ears. Because of lack of commitment by the GNU to MK Party's call for free education, year after year, students face registration and accommodation challenges. Compounding this situation, even those young people with qualifications sit at home excluded from the economy. This is not what we must celebrate as recovery. It must be acknowledged for what it is. It is stagnation. The president says we have turned a corner, but growth remains weak. Unemployment remains structural. Poverty remains entrenched. The president wants us to celebrate what he termed economic growth, citing minor quarterly growth. South Africa population grows faster than its economy. If a nation's economy grows slower than its population, it is not progressing, Mr. President. It is what we call per capita decline, where more people fall into poverty. And I think, Mr. President, your business experience enables you to make sense of this basic reality, not unless you use Mr. Paul O'Sullivan crash course acquired knowledge to understand it. Honorable Chairperson, as MK Party, we can't celebrate when the masses of our people are pushed into poverty trap or turn into perpetual dependence of social grants. We welcome the cooling off of consumer pricing. As MK Party is that low inflation in the midst of poverty and high unemployment is not good enough. Hence our insistence that low inflation must be accompanied by economic growth. We can't lower interest rates but fail to increase expenditure on growth-prone infrastructure. We don't need the current austerity approach by National Treasury to take advantage of low interest rate. If youth unemployment remains the highest in the world, then we are not harnessing our demographic potential. We are wasting it. Municipalities continue to deliver basic services, water and electricity, not consistently because of systematic problem of infrastructure. Honorable members, the president speaks of rebuilding institutions after state capture. But institution, Mr. President, actually deteriorated only after what you call the 9 wasted years. Collapse only came after 2018. Rail capacity declined only after you took over in February 2018. Port efficiency worsened after you took over. Cape Town in 2020. 2020 and turned into rolling blackouts under the incompetent and the Rete, who was dubiously appointed at the expense of a pool of black professionals within the energy sector. It is interesting, South African, to know that with pride that ESCOM is somehow stable under the same black professionals overlook what was appointed. Speaker, it is a embarrassment after years before 2030 development plan deadline, the so-called GNU, can measure the success and failures of what's supposed to be South Africa national plan. The global order is shifting. Nations are pursuing industrial strategy. Unlike the so-called GNU, they are protecting strategic sectors crucial for development of their countries. Our country is massively endowed with mineral resources. We have no excuse not to reindustrialize. We must reverse industrialization decisively. They are investing aggressively in infrastructure and domestic production. South Africa cannot afford this timid reform that was.
Mr. Ramaphosa, if you do have eyes, you can see. If you have ears, you can hear.
South Africa stands at a crossroad.
The house is burning.
We can't continue with committees, task teams, and commissions without consequences, announcement without enforcement. The people of South Africa deserve more than this managed decline that you pronounce. They deserve a better state of the nation. MK, in few provinces, as you know, emerged in 2024. This was a historic emergence. Our party is currently having footprints in all the 9 provinces. Being known as the president, always shocked by development in his own country, voters in all these provinces have requested us to convey the following message to you. Because of your consistent and unfulfilled SONA promises, they will make sure that your party is severely punished during this year's local government elections. They say because of GNU, when you work with people that are opposed to triple PEE and transformation agenda, your party will be voted out. And no amount of vote rigging will deter them. They say they want an alternative government that will grow their country's economy, create jobs, fight crime, combat illegal immigration, and remove them from the apartheid-created poverty trap. MK Party is ready to offer that alternative. We hope the outcome of this year's local government elections are not going to shock you. I'm warning you now, you are not going to after the election results, the results shocked you. Chairperson, we are very grateful as MK Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van Rooyen. I now invite Honorable the Minister of Agriculture. Please take the podium.
Chairperson, honourable members, Mr. President, today as I rise to respond to the President's State of the Nation address, I do so with a sense of measured optimism, but also renewed determination. The President's speech reflects a country that has begun to turn the corner after years of stagnation, crisis, and lost hope. Under the GNU, we have achieved real, tangible progress. And let me be clear, much of this progress bears the unmistakable imprint of the DA's principled participation, our relentless push for reform, and our unapologetic focus as a government on what actually works for the people of this country. Our economy is growing again, 4 consecutive quarters of positive GDP growth, a feat that seemed unimaginable not so long ago. Inflation is at its lowest level in 20 years. 2 consecutive budgets of surpluses, stabilization of our national debt, interest rates are easing, borrowing costs are declining, the rand has strengthened, and as we heard today, Mr. President, unemployment is the lowest that it has been in 5 years. These are important signals, not intentions, Honourable Van Rooyen, that work under this 7th administration, a coalition government, and the first not under single-party rule, is making a positive impact, and the world is taking notice. South Africa is today a better place than it was on the eve of the 2024 election. I'm proud that the DA's presence in government has been a force for good, injecting competence, fiscal discipline, and pro-growth policies into a system that was long weighed down by mismanagement and cadre deployment. But, honourable members, while we celebrate these achievements, we cannot afford complacency. At projected growth rates of around 1.5%, it falls far short of the 3% or more needed to lift millions out of poverty and to create the millions of jobs our people so desperately need. Too many South Africans wake up every day to the harsh reality of joblessness, crumbling municipal infrastructure, and rampant crime in our communities, and a local government that far too often fails those it's meant to serve. The lived experience of citizens, communities protesting for water, entrepreneurs battling red tape, families fearing for their safety at night, has not yet matched the macroeconomic headlines. We have turned the corner, yes, but we are nowhere near the destination. And that is why I say unequivocally and clearly today, we must move faster, much faster. We need urgency now. Firstly, by accelerating economic liberalization and private sector involvement. Operation Vulindlela, Mr. President, has delivered results in energy and ports, and we now need to expand it to rail, water, and telecommunications. Unbundle, concession, and privatize where necessary to unlock investment and efficiency. Replace restrictive BE policies with genuine broad-based empowerment that includes skills, ownership, and opportunity for all, not just a connected few. We must also replace failing empowerment frameworks with ones that genuinely tackle poverty. The DA's Economic Inclusion for All Bill represents a significant step forward, achieving a vision of genuine economic empowerment for all South Africans, and is the type of reform our country desperately needs. Second, we must get local government working, outlawing cadre deployment for all, appointment on merit, holding municipal officials accountable, and rooting out corruption. Competence must determine who runs our cities and towns, so that our people are served by their local government, not the other way around. Thirdly, doubling down on job creation and youth opportunity. We must, Mr. President, expand the successful models already implemented, but pair them with real structural changes, easing labour market rigidity that deters hiring, and to incentivize businesses to hire more South Africans. Fourthly, tackling crime and insecurity head-on. The deployments announced are welcome, but we need sustained intelligence-led policing, foster courts, and communities empowered to partner with devolved law enforcement closer to the people. And finally, let us recommit to the GNU's founding promise of stability for reform, not reform stalled by politics. Speaker, the announcement by the President that foot-and-mouth disease has been classified as a national disaster is welcomed. This will assist government to unlock a coordinated response and provide much-needed resources, and supports the new national strategy that moves from a fragmented outbreak reactionary response to a whole-of-society, scientifically based, proactive war against foot-and-mouth disease in South Africa. Make no mistake, tackling FMD is a massive challenge, and it will require collaborative, transparent, and sustained effort to resolve. FMD has been a reality in this country long before we came into government, but we appreciate the enormity of the impact on farmers, both financially and emotionally. But, Mr. President, we have for the very first time a plan backed by science, and that has involved the private sector every step of the way. This plan will succeed And when it does, the consequences will be profound and positive, as markets previously closed to South African beef will once again be available to us, and certainty will return to the red meat sector. We're also determined to take urgent steps to help those in greatest need as a result of this outbreak. Securing a sustainable, reliable supply of vaccines has been a major priority. South Africa lost its ability to produce vaccines in 2005, and since then we've relied on vaccines only from the Botswana Vaccine Institute. Under the new strategy, we have, for the first time, secured new international suppliers, strengthening our response. In addition, for the first time in over 20 years, the ARC has produced a batch of vaccines for operational purposes. This facility has been capacitated to produce 20,000 vaccines per week initially, up to 200,000 per week in 2027. Millions of doses are being procured, and today I can announce that on Saturday, we will be receiving a delivery of 1 million vaccines from Biogenesis Bago. This will be the largest single import of vaccines to date, and this will bring much needed relief to the most affected provinces and regions, and this will be followed by additional vaccines from other countries. In total, we anticipate by the end of March, we would have received over 5 million vaccines from 3 different suppliers. Mass vaccination will continue and be accelerated. Already more than 2 million vaccines have been administered, and daily vaccines are being administered across the country. We're also working on veterinary capacity, and it is being expanded. And Mr. President, today I can also announce that in terms of the Animal Diseases Act, private veterinarians can register to administer vaccines as part of the rollout strategy. This will greatly improve the available manpower to ensure that we are able to meet our vaccination target of 80% of the national herd by December this year. Because protecting agriculture, as we've seen from the latest economic data, is not only about farmers, it's about protecting economic growth, jobs, and stability. Speaker, the DA remains fully committed to this coalition because it is delivering where single-party rule failed. But let me be clear, commitment does not mean blind loyalty, and we will continue to fight for faster, bolder change and ensuring that every cent of public money works for the people and not for politicians. Honourable members, this is the opportunity of a lifetime to build the country of our dreams. But opportunity only means something if it is seized. Our children will never forgive us if we fail to capitalize on this moment by driving faster and deeper reform that confronts the things that hold our country back head on. To every South African listening today, the progress we have made is real, but the work ahead is urgent. And we will lead that change, championing freedom, fairness, opportunity, and excellence. Together in this government of national unity and beyond, we can build a South Africa that rises faster. But the time for cautious steps
Thank you,
is over.
Honourable
The time to
Minister.
sprint
Your
towards
time is
prosperity
up.
is now.
Next on my speakers list is Honourable Malema.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP, President of the Republic of South Africa, the people of South Africa. Mr. President, we warned you 8 years ago that the Oppenheimers and the Ruperts will neutralize you, and your legacy will be that you auctioned our country and its strategic asset to the highest bidder. You did not heed our warning. You have auctioned our sovereignty to asset management companies such as BlackRock, which is why you have praised for the growth of the JSE. You auctioned our country by selling our ports, our railway, our energy generation capacity to the private sector. And now you want to do same with water. You do not take responsibility for creating jobs. You do not take responsibility for fighting crime. You do not take responsibility for infrastructure development. And you do not take responsibility for growing our economy. There is no sign of any infrastructure of a bullet train, that there are no design plans of a smart city, and there is not even a curriculum for an institution of higher learning in Ikuruleni as you have promised. You asked us to send you to Mamina, and we made a mistake, we send you. And as your term of office come to an end, you have nothing to show for it. Under your term, crime is out of control, and your deployment of the army is the last resort. You are admitting that you have failed to fight crime. The people of Gauteng have been terrorized for too long by the so-called Zamazamas, and on the deployment of the army, we have no choice but to support you because you have destroyed law enforcement capacity. Our concern is that how do you deploy a military which have been crippled by austerity measures to fight crime? Because we know that our military is understrained and under-resourced and has been humiliated in war zones abroad. And how do you intend to ensure they can fight crime domestically? Additionally, we have warned you before that the army is combat trained and is not trained to enforce laws on civilians. The scale of crime in our country cannot be dealt with by the army alone because crime is a national crisis and a social crisis. If you do not resolve the challenges of unemployment, the challenge of alcohol and substance abuse, and the high dropout rates of the youth from schools, then crime will be a permanent feature in our society. Crime in South Africa is organized through drug syndicate, protection fee rings, sex trafficking rings, and gangs. It has infiltrated all forms of government, and putting guns in the streets alone will not resolve this crisis. Mr. President, the rot in our criminal justice system begins with your political party, which has factionalized law enforcement and intelligence on the basis of who emerges in your conferences. The biggest syndicate is the political party you are leading, Mr. President. Mr. President, subjectively, this government has done nothing to grow this economy or to strengthen our currency. Let us take this opportunity to remind you of your own commitments. Last year on this same platform, you committed to grow the economy by 3% through infrastructure investment, structural reforms, and inclusive growth and employment. You no longer speak of this figure. And National Treasury itself predicts economic growth at 1.5% and will most likely reverse this projection down as the year progresses because that is their tradition. You speak of the achievement of a budget surplus as a positive economic indicator, but it is more of an indication that you are implementing austerity and spending less on saving the needs of the country. Why will you be proud of a budget surplus in a country with massive unemployment, collapsing municipal infrastructure, and poverty, which is leading the death of children in the Eastern Cape? You're proud when it comes to EPWP jobs is something you should be ashamed of and not mention at this level of governance. Those are temporary jobs which are used to secure income for volunteers of your political party. It is slaves' jobs with no security because you cannot secure a car or a home with an EPWP job. Mr. President, the electricity crisis in South Africa is far from over. The mistake you are making on declaring an end to the lease country, now that the people of Sandest no longer experience electricity outage, you no longer view it as a crisis, forgetting the people of Soweto, Mdantsane, Seshego, and Ditsobot. You have given load shedding a new name, and that new name is load reduction. On top of that, you have lost control of the pricing regime of electricity, and NERSA is pronouncing an increase in the cost of electricity every few months. Your municipalities do not have an idea of the infrastructure they are seized with governing. It does not matter how many billions of rands you give them to revive water infrastructure. The fact of the matter is your minister and your mayors do not have the town planning, do not know the town planning of where water infrastructure begins and where it ends. This is why they respond to burst pipes and leakages as they happen and run after one pipe to the other. In Ekurhuleni, we have an MMC of water of the EFF, Tembi Msani, and sanitation, who is managing a water infrastructure there and has been declared as a water champion. When your minister was running around complaining about water, our MMC of water in Ekurhuleni was given an award the same week and declared a water champion. Instead of benchmarking from the DA, which struggles to provide clean water to people of the city in this township, go and benchmark from the EFF department there in Ekurhuleni on how to fix the water crisis. Mr. President, you will not fix our municipalities if you do not revise the backward and outdated equitable share model, which allocates more funding to the national and provincial spheres of government while giving the least allocation to local government. The idea that all municipalities can be self-reliant on revenue generation when you know you preside over a country that is massively deindustrializing and is suffering massive unemployment is misguided. We need to focus on strengthening municipal capacity, but in addition to that, focus on recovering revenue from major industries which consume electricity and water in bulk. These companies must be given incentives on rate paying, which will compel these industries to invest in developing municipal infrastructure such as roads, water, electricity, clinics, and schools. Mr. President, we want to say to you, we fully support you on your posture when it comes to international relations. Your support for Palestine, the people of Western Sahara, South Sudan, and the people of Cuba. We agree with you that Africa must begin to negotiate its trade relations as a bloc and with unity, and that no nation must ever again think it has got the right to bully us and impose on us who our friends must be and who our enemies must be. We agree with you that not civilians must take the law into their own hands and harm foreign nationals. And you must tell those in your cabinet and who support you that they must not campaign using violation of the human rights and murder of foreign nationals. They claim you agree with them. You must continue to denounce them, Mr. President. Others are killing people to perform rituals as we approach local government elections. They think by killing foreigners, they will win elections. They must ask their friends who came here with the name of killing foreigners. They did not win elections. Xenophobia will never win them elections. And some of them are found in your cabinet. You must remind them as you meet them on the corridors. Just say to them, xenophobia will not make you a president. I might have made you a minister. We call on you to exhibit your courage by closing the Israeli embassy, which is a resolution of this National Assembly. You have declared their representative as a persona non grata, and the skies did not fall. Close their embassy and cut relations with this genocidal nation. The USA has sent a rampant racist as its diplomat in this country, and we must exercise our right to refuse cooperation with the individual whose sole intention is to dictate to us what our foreign policy must be. Mr. President, your Pala scandal has rendered you ineffective in dealing with corruption and incompetence in your party and in your cabinet. When Dr. Zuma was found to be involved in digital vibe scandal, you did not have the courage to remove him. He resigned. Today, Zuma is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. When Honorable David Machobo was identified as being a key part of the corruption in the State Security Agency by the Zondo Commission, you did not remove him. Instead, he is the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation. When Senzo Mtunu was exposed last year for having formed part of the infiltration of the South African Police Service and disbanding of the political killings team, PKTT, on New Year's Eve, you did not remove him. You have retained Senzo Mtunu at the taxpayer's expense and called him your political burden to bear. Today, the people of this country do not have water, instead of consequence management against Honorable Penny Majudina, who does not have a clue what she's doing, you create another task team for water, which is chaired by you, because you do not have the courage to remove her. If you have the courage to remove her now, so that you demonstrate that you've got the courage. You've got the premier. Your premier tells us he is inconvenienced and his solution is an elite, is to take a shower at hotels, while your citizens do not have that luxury of going to take a shower at the hotel. You did not reprimand him and demanded that he apologize unreservedly to the people of South Africa. When you assumed office, you claimed it will be a transparent presidency, then proceeded to seal CR17 documents of your own funding for your own presidential campaign. And then also your political party majority in parliament to block the investigation on Palapala. Where is the transparency you are talking about? You said you are going to be an honest man who's going to be an open book, that your door will remain open. And today, your door will remain closed. You even put butler doors to make sure no one accesses you and the documents that are attributed to corruption. Let me reassure you, Mr. President, as long as the EFF is still alive and in this parliament, Palapala will never die. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema.
Speaker,
The next speaker on my list is the Honorable Minister in the Presidency.
Speaker,
Order, honorable members.
Speaker, is not a point of order, it's a point of procedure. I just want to put it to the House that President Jacob Zuma is in the House together with Deputy
Honorable
President.
member, I can't see who's speaking. I didn't give you permission to do that. Can you please follow the rules of the House? What are you rising on, honorable member?
Speaker, I'm rising on a point of procedure to tell the House that President Jacob Zuma is in the House together with Deputy President Tony Yengeni. Can it be acknowledged?
No, honorable member, please. Honorable members. Honorable member, there's no provision for me to agree with what you are saying. Please, let's proceed with the House sitting of the House. Over to you, Minister.
Chair,
Madam Chairperson of the National Council of
Chair, on a
Provinces.
point of order.
Yes, you may.
Yeah, House Chair, I think you need to go and read the rules correctly, regardless about how you feel of former President Zuma. We acknowledge state presidents here in the House. He hasn't been impeached. Nothing has happened. When we opened this parliament,
Honorable
we did the same
members,
thing.
I
understand
can't
the
hear
issue of-
what the honorable member is saying.
okay,
You're
I'll
making
say it
noise. If
slowly.
you may repeat, please.
It's the sound system. I don't know who this. We had the same problem the last time. We are quite happy for the EFF to help with the sound, but let's park that for now. Honorable, you still can't hear me. Honorable Speaker, you need to go to your rules. Not Speaker, Honorable House Chair. You cannot say that there's no provisions to acknowledge a former state president. It's not true. Whether you like former President Zuma or not, whether he's part of your party, doesn't have membership, it's immaterial. He was once upon a time a state president. Do the right thing.
Honorable member.
You'll even acknowledge de Klerk, the whole murderer who's roasting now in hell. But you can't acknowledge.
Honorable
no,
member,
it's wrong.
can you please
House
allow
Chair,
me?
please.
I've made a ruling in that regard. Can we please proceed?
Which rules did you
Deputy
read?
Minister, you
No.
may take your-
House Chair, which rule did you read to say that? Can you refer us to a rule that says you must
Honorable
not
Mates,
acknowledge a
can
former
you
state
please
president?
respect the ruling?
Which rule? But you can't rule just out of your head under House
Honorable
Chair.
Mates, can you
You
please?
can't just go on a whim here. This is not ANC NEC meeting. We are in Parliament. There's our rules here and there's procedures. You have acknowledged a murderer.
Point of order.
In the House and you're not doing it. It's wrong.
Blah, blah, blah.
Honorable Minister in the presidency, please continue with your speech.
Madam Speaker and the Chairperson of National Council of Provinces, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa and Deputy President Mashatile, honorable members. The 2026 State of the Nation address went beyond recounting our progress and future intentions. It challenged us to act, so we rise together that we must use strategies that have made us succeed in the past to fix what we must, if I must borrow your words, Mr. President. What made us succeed in the past is the ability of the President to mobilize business, labor, and civil society to contribute their expertise and their part, Honorable Malema, around a focused plan to resolve specific problems. This is the secret behind the success of the reform program driven through Operation Vulindlela, colloquially known as OV, since the 6th administration under the ANC. We cannot expropriate Operation Vulindlela. It is the ANC initiative. We must fix what we must, Mr. President, so you directed us. On the water crisis, the President elevated the coordination of the interventions to address the crisis to a National Water Crisis Committee that he will chair. The work has already commenced, Mr. President. The OV team and the Department of Water and Sanitation have started with the assessments towards a water action plan that should be ready by mid-March 2026, and a call for technical capacity as part of mobilizing resources and expertise to support municipalities in crisis is in the works. And that includes support to the municipality of Ekurhuleni because there is a water crisis in Ekurhuleni. The current draft water action plan is focused on addressing immediate crises, propelling reforms in the water sector, and unlocking investments in the municipal water infrastructure. You have also directed us that we must act to strengthen the criminal justice system to fight organized crime. And to do that, Mr. President, you have directed that the State Security Agency re-vet members of the senior management structures of the SAPS and vet members of the Metropolis departments. We have commenced with work in this regard. To ensure progress, the SSA has indicated that they are going to prioritize the revetting of police officers and management implicated at the Madlanga Commission, and in the metro departments, they will start at the Ekurhuleni Metropolis Department. Engagements with SAPS on the revetting process have commenced to ensure full cooperation of affected members, and the revetting will also include officers due for promotion to the SAPS SMS structures. And to ensure their cooperation, we are, as the SSA, going to share the SAPS revetting plan with the National Commissioner of Police, the Minister of Police, and the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence by end of February 2026. Work underway to implement the Madlanga Commission findings is not an exception. We have not only been implementing the Zondo Commission's recommendations action plan, which was submitted to Parliament, but we have been reporting the progress to Parliament through SCOPA. In March 2026, we'll submit the third progress report to Parliament and the fourth no later than June 2026. And to date, 57% of the action plan has been implemented. You have also called us to action to streamline firearms licensing regulations, and the National Conventional Arms Control Committee will, in the month of March 2026, consider the firearms importation control regulations and consult with the Minister of Police in line with the Firearms Control Act for purposes of streamlining licensing, possession, and trading in firearms and ammunition, so that we remove firepower from the hands of criminals and strengthen the fight against organized crime. In 2024, we made regulations for coordination of national intelligence for the first time in the history of our country. And in 2025, we started the full coordination of national intelligence structures through NICOC to ensure the implementation of the national intelligence priorities to achieve national security, and we have moved to use technology. We secured the G20 South Africa through advanced technologies, including biometrics, AI, and analytics. And we are expanding the technology coverage towards the fight against organized crime. In terms of the 2019-2024 National Intelligence Priorities, which was released last year, national intelligence structures have identified illegal immigration as a threat to national security, and therefore this year will strengthen our support to Home Affairs to deal with illegal immigration, not only at the ports of entry, but also support the Department of Employment and Labor's inspectors to curb the employment of undocumented foreign nationals, also through the use of technology. And we are consolidating the gains of our development, Mr. President. But Honorable Malema will argue we have nothing to show for it. Maybe we need Economics 101, because I also saw Mr. Van Rooyen arguing the same. This morning, Statistics South Africa released the fourth quarterly labor force survey. Our economy has wind in the sails, Mr. President. Employment increased by 44,000 in the fourth quarter of 2025. The number of unemployed persons, listen to this, decreased by 172,000 to 7.8 million during the same quarter. Official unemployment rate decreased by 0.5 percentage point from 31.9% in the third quarter of 2025 to 31.4% in the fourth quarter of 2025. We are not yet there, but we are solidly on the way. The budget surplus, again on Economics 101, helps us to pay down existing debt. It lowers the debt, our debt servicing costs. Therefore, meaning we release the money to be available to fund infrastructure and also social programs that are important for the livelihoods of our people. And it also increases economic confidence. We are making progress in the turnaround of Transnet. Though you wish to say we have privatized, we have not privatized. We need to know our strength and say who can partner with us. There's nothing wrong with government partnering with South Africans to deliver for the best interest of South Africa. Minister Chrissy will elaborate on the details of the improvement in performance at Transnet. Again, you said there are no plans for the passenger rail, but you are in parliament, you are not in government. Those plans are plans that are in the executive, separation of power. But the passenger rail, again, is gaining momentum. We are taking on more commuters, reducing the cost of commute between home and work and from home to others using our own isitimela Sabantu. Again, Minister Chrissy will provide that. Mr. President, we commit to perform and deliver on the timelines you have set against us, and as the presidency, coordinate the work of government to make sure that we deliver and focus cabinet in that delivery. Because we are the daughters of Sophie de Bruyn, we are the granddaughters of the women of 1956 March, and in their footsteps, we are committed to serve the public purposefully and intentionally for the rise of South Africa, as you have called us to action. Rise, South Africa, rise.
Thank you very much, Minister Nchaveni. Honorable members, before I call upon the next speaker, I would like to take this opportunity and acknowledge the presence of the former President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Zuma. He's here with us today. Thank you very much, honorable members. You may take your seats. Order, honorable members. We are now proceeding to the next speaker. The next speaker on the list is Honorable the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Over to you, Minister.
Your Excellency, the President, the
the Honorable Speaker and the Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members and fellow South Africans. I speak today as the Minister of COGTA, a minister in the Government of National Unity, to which I and the IFP have pledged our full commitment. I speak also as the leader of the party with the long-standing values and principles that will not be compromised, for they offer South Africa what our country, our economy, and our people need, which is integrity, stability, and hope. I have said that the IFP entered the GNU with the aim of rebuilding South Africa, and I'm proud of the IFP's performance within the Government of National Unity. The successes outlined by the President during SONA stand as a testimony to the strength, more especially, they point to intentional, sustained, sacrificial, hard work to keep the GNU stable. We do this for the sake of furthering our initial gains. Yes, our economy is finally growing, but it needs to grow faster. It needs to outpace the growing inequality in our society, the mounting social needs, and the bargaining unemployment that plagues us. South Africa has a potential workforce that is staggering in its sheer size. Indeed, the productive potential in our country is unique from a global perspective, but the potential to fail our people, to fail our youth, and to fail to achieve what we are capable of is a real and present danger. Honorable President, the social grant system is a crucial safety net for the vulnerable, but in fact it demands a fundamental redesign to genuinely assist those in need. Our parallel priority must be the empowerment of our citizens towards self-help and self-reliance. In the long term, this will create the fertile ground in which our economy may flourish. When everyone can stake a claim in South Africa's success and everyone is able to make their contribution. The women of 1956 showed extraordinary solidarity and courage in the face of injustice. Our women of 2026, unfortunately, face daily gender-based violence, femicide, and crime. The youth of 1976 displayed a compelling unity of purpose. Unfortunately, the youth of 2026 face unemployment and the enduring economic inaccessibility of higher education. Our women and youth do not stand alone. These crises are ours collectively, and collective action across all government spheres is required to solve these challenges. The vast dormant resource of unemployed graduates must be awakened through opportunity, not only through the Presidential Stimulus Fund, but also through the creation of a multiple of development and employment programs across all spheres of government and massive mobilization of the private sector. As Minister of COGTA, I must emphasize, Your Excellency, the words that you indicated during the SONA on the centrality of fixing the many dysfunctional municipalities, a task which is being tackled and will be completed by 31 March 2026 through the review
of both the white paper on local government and the municipal funding model, which will be a game changer to our local governance system. Deployment of officials will have to be on the basis of competency and professionalism, not political deployment. The white paper on local government review will place municipal governance on a sound footing, facilitate efficient cooperative governance, and harness the potential within the institution of traditional and cohesion leadership, creating genuine governance partnership with traditional and cohesion leadership. Your Excellency, the white paper on local government review will yield to great and progressive change if political parties, come elections of the local government, will deploy competent political leadership as mayors, deputy mayors, exco, speaker, and MPIC chair, who will drive and become the agents of change and service delivery. The IFP commends the establishment of the National Water Crisis Committee as a temporal measure to fix a much wider range of malaise of water crisis that has accumulated over decades. An emergency solution is necessary, and we believe this committee, as a temporal measure, will bring a great relief. But the long-term solution is building capacity in municipalities, ensuring that the competent leadership in municipality deal with the multitude of water losses as a result of the infrastructure that is failing to perform because it was never attended timelessly. Honorable President, there is another leak that we must fix, and that is the leak of economic and social resources through unchecked illegal migration. The IFP classifies the pervasive presence of undocumented foreign nationals as a threat to state security. While we support...
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Your time is up.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Thank you very
Chairperson.
much. I now invite Honorable the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Chairperson of the NOCPB.
Chairperson, you see, already.
These are my fans, so leave them. Let me start.
It's NCOP. Let's do it together, Minister Gayton. NCOP.
Order, Honorable
Chairperson.
members. Order, Honorable
Chairperson,
members.
can you
we
respect?
allow the speaker on the podium to deliver his address?
The watch mustn't go. I've got lots to say.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Let me start by thanking the people of George. The people of George has voted in the past 3 weeks in 3 by-elections overwhelmingly for the fastest growing party, the Patriotic Alliance. Thank you. Without wasting time, Honorable President, the people that vote for the PA have sent me here to say thank you to you for listening when we said illegal foreigners are a problem. You, Mr. President, are an example to all our mayors across the country, to all the mayors of the different political parties, that you listen to your coalition partners. You are a president that is consultative and you're listening. That's why today we have 10,000 labor inspectors that's going to go around the country. That's why today any businessman hiring an illegal foreigner shall meet with the arm of the law. Most importantly, Mr. President, and very emotionally for our people, thank you for listening to our cries when we said, bring the army to our areas. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we would like you to add the Eastern Cape, because there more people die in the Eastern Cape than anywhere else. Mr. President, the GNU, these ones, they don't want the GNU. They don't want the DA, but they want the GNU. I can tell you we are very happy in the GNU. There's no space for you. We will see you in the next election maybe, but not now. Mr. President, there's a difference between reality and perception. The perception from our enemies is that the GNU is doing nothing. I stand here today to tell South Africa that indeed we have turned the corner. We had 10.5 million tourists flocking to our country. We had the highest matric pass rate ever in the government of national unity. The rand has stabilized and it is strong. Load shedding, Sputla, it's done, it's finished. There's no more load shedding. Now, I find it very ironic. Unlike Honorable Malema, they didn't mention my name, but they was talking about me. I'm going to mention your name. It is very ironic that you speak about the high crime rate while you have contributed yourself to that crime rate through your conviction. From now on, when you say pandit, you must specify which pandit are you talking about, me or him. You must specify, you must be very clear. He's a convicted criminal. He's a pandit. Mr. President, in March...
Honorable Minister, can you please hold on? Honorable members, please let's not drown the speaker on the floor.
thing is a fact.
Please, honorable members, order.
Thank you,
You may proceed, honorable.
Order, Chairperson. Chairperson. Chairperson.
Huh?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the person on the podium is the Minister of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. It is not a thing. My reservation I have is the reference made to the Minister as that thing. They need to withdraw, Chairperson. That's not a thing. That is the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture and the President of the fastest growing party in South Africa. They need to withdraw.
Honorable Minister, please proceed.
In March, Honorable President, we have 54 of the world's top golfers coming to our shores. We have sold 75,000 tickets. South Africa is the premier destination for people that sees the GNU Yasebeza. Minister Mazodin, your only crime today, because you look so beautiful in red. Now we must hear how incompetent you are. Suga, you look very nice and you are working very hard. Don't listen to people that don't know what's happening in government. I am a minister, I'm sitting in cabinet. You are a government in forever waiting and waiting and waiting. In conclusion, I want to say the GNU does not work because of a particular party. The GNU is working because all parties are working very nicely together. GNU ya sebetsa, rea qhubeka, rea kopile, di raha di sale, runa rea tseba mo re yang teng. The GNU is the best. We must ask real economists, not pop economists. Real economists will tell you, we have turned the corner. Ons het die hoek gedraai. Ridiculous corner. President, your tie is very nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The next speaker on the list is Honorable Mulder. Point of order. Yes, Honorable Member, Honorable Mulder, please take your seat. Now, Honorable Member, can I request that you speak a bit louder because I hardly hear a thing. There's echo from where I'm seated. It's very difficult to hear you. Please, that's what I'm requesting of you.
Thank you. Chair, I want to understand, is it parliamentary for a Minister of Sport to stand up and say absolutely nothing about the department he's leading, sports, arts and culture? Is it parliamentary? Is it allowed?
Honorable Member, that's a very subjective question you are asking and not related to the rules of the joint sitting. Can we proceed, Honorable Mulder?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable President, at your inauguration after the 2019 election, you said the following: "Yes, South Africa, to Mamina, send me. I pledge here today that I will serve you. I will work with you side by side to build South Africa that we all want and deserve. I respect you for that, and I know that you are still trying every day. Today I'm going to speak in my home language, Afrikaans. But out of respect for you, Mr. President, I've provided you with a translated copy of my speech.
After that speech in 2019, there was a great expectation in South Africa, and it was believed that it would be a new beginning that would send South Africa in a positive direction, to tell everyone that was ready to stand with you, to Mamina, send us. But now, 7 years later, it's clear that things did not work out exactly that way. It was difficult Thursday evening to listen to the long list of problems that you mentioned, where you spoke of all of those new task teams. Not all of these problems happened coincidentally. No, it actually happened under the rule of the ANC party over the last 30 years. Irregardless of the task teams. We have reached a point where our country is completely grinding to a halt and stagnating, where it cannot be led ideologically into the policy directions that you have promised. Things like cadre deployment, black economic empowerment and affirmative action, that simply doesn't work. And I can just briefly address three other matters. Firstly, water supply. To have clean water is a basic human right. The crisis is so severe that you, as president, have to take control of it yourself. A water shortage didn't occur overnight. 30 years of maladministration, coupled with no maintenance of infrastructure, lies at the root of the problem. In most parts of the country, there's more than enough water, but the pipes are leaking and the pumps do not work. With cadre deployment officials that do not know how to get the things to work, the estimation calculation of Johannesburg is that 50% of water is lost due to leaking pipes. Secondly, foreign policy. There's no difference in the foreign policy that you have mentioned in this and the previous sonas. My problem remains that it still remains the ANC's policy and not the policy of the GNU. During your speech, you were stiff-necked and defiant when addressing foreign affairs. You said, "We stand on our sovereignty and we will not be bullied." That's all good and fair. But your stubbornness and blindness to what is currently happening in the world is absolutely no excuse. With our foreign policy, it's currently causing South Africa enormous economic damage. You say that South Africa remains a clear and consistent voice for international law, for justice and for human rights. But that is just completely untrue. When Russia invaded Ukraine, South Africa conveniently forgot about international law. When Iran shot and killed thousands of its own citizens and sentences women like Zara Tabiri and Masha Amini to death, human rights apparently didn't matter. Not a single word of judgment from Dirko or the GNU were uttered. Last Friday, the Minister of Women, Sindisizwe Chikunga, delivered a speech at the Iranian embassy to commemorate their revolution, but again did not say a single word about these human rights violations. This is not in national interest, and the FF Plus strongly condemns it. Lastly, I want to also speak about the Afrikaner and the unresolved issues between us. Afrikaners and other minorities appreciate the efforts that you are making to solve South Africa's problems. We really do notice it. However, alone you will not succeed. The cabinet and all of your task teams will also not succeed, and also not even the public service will succeed. It will be a major collaborative effort from everyone in South Africa, political leaders, civil society, and every South African in this country that needs to do this. Then only do we stand a chance. Here is my hand, Mr. President. Today, the Afrikaner and other minorities are extending a helping hand to you. We want to help, but it's not unconditional. We request equal treatment and recognition. It doesn't help if we say we will not be free as long as the people of Palestine and Western Sahara are not free. But with no consequence, as in your own country, an Afrikaner community does not even have the right to determine the language of instruction in their school. We are also not allowed to decide and determine shareholding in our own businesses and companies. That is not freedom. Today, I have once again given you a copy of the Accord on Afrikaner Self-Determination. Afrikaner freedom and self-determination are unresolved issues that will not go away. Let us deal with it. In the past, the Freedom Front Plus has honored our agreements. Look at our history, but the ANC has not. That leads to Afrikaner anger and reaction. Two examples. The FF Plus honored our part in the agreement regarding the Northern Cape. After the election, the ANC blatantly violated it. This makes us angry and a serious breach of trust. The agreements reached concerning the Bella Act and expropriation without compensation were also violated. That makes Afrikaners draw their hands back. But let us look one another in the eye now and address these issues. We are willing, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mulder. The next speaker on the speakers list is Honorable Kaunda.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu sihlalo NCOP.
Honorable Speaker,
Somlomo ohloniphekile,
Your Excellency,
mhlonishwa,
President Cyril
Mengameli Cyril
Ramaphosa,
Ramaphosa,
Deputy President,
Sekela Mengameli,
members,
malunga ahloniphekile, baholi bezomdabuko abakhona, manene namanenekazi bantu bakithi eNingizimu Afrika. Ngimi ngaphambi kwenu,
Honorable Chairperson,
somlomo ohloniphekile, ngimele
isifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal.
Presenting KwaZulu-Natal, which is done very well with the grade 12 results in this country. Out of everything that's happened in South Africa. But the province, it's a rural province.
It gives me great pleasure to participate in the 2026 SONA debate delivered during the significant month of February, a month that marks the release of former President Nelson Mandela and other political prisoners. This is also the month where we celebrate the birth and commemorating the passing of our founding president of the African National Congress, Dr. John Langalibele Dube Umafuguzela Onjengelanga. Although he departed this earth many decades ago, we continue to draw inspiration from his philosophy and ideals rooted in education, economic self-reliance, and interracial harmony. It is therefore no coincidence that in pursuit of this vision, he established Ohlange Institute that promoted agriculture, industrial training, alongside academic learning. We must continue to draw lessons from his legacy as we confront the challenges of our time. You'll agree with me, Honorable Chairperson, that one of the pressing issues we face is water security and the decline of core services in our municipalities.
Yet we stand today with renewed purpose and decisive action, which is being taken by the President to reverse this tragedy.
We take off our head for you regarding your SONA, which was relevant, and it showed that it demonstrated that the country, probably the country issues and the successes and the journey we have gone through to develop people's life into a better life. It entails the economy, which is going to create jobs. It also is going to chase away hunger from the people of our country.
We welcome the establishment of the National Water Crisis Committee, chaired by the President. This is not merely another structure. It is a clear demonstration of national resolve. By placing this committee under his direct leadership, the President sends a powerful message that water challenges demands agency, coordination, and unwavering oversight. This is leadership that rises to meet the moment. We further express our appreciation for the 156 billion investment committed to water and sanitation infrastructure.
We may talk about our province. They're going to build a big dam, Stephen Dlamini Dam. They're going to build low in Apam Komazi, which is going to ensure that the water issues are resolved. The water issues facing our people are going to be resolved, especially in the location in the urban areas.
This comes at a critical time as communities across the country face severe water scarcity, aging infrastructure, and repeated service disruptions. This injection of resources is not only timely, it is essential to restoring dignity and protecting the fundamental right to water for every South African household. Honourable members, we must be honest about the challenges before us. The declining performance of water, electricity, and solid waste services in our municipalities undermines constitutional rights, restricts economic opportunity, and limits job creation. Our 8 metropolitan municipalities, where this challenge is severe, account for is not merely a municipal concern, it is a national risk. That is why the performance-based grant introduced by National Treasury is a game changer. It shifts us from the funding failure to rewarding performance. It incentivizes metros to reverse the deteriorating in electricity, water, wastewater, and solid waste services. It demands a new governance, culture built on accountability, capability, transparency, and measurable improvements. Honorable Chair, these reforms require that trading services be managed with professionalism and discipline, either a dedicated business unit utilities. These models are tried, tested, and proven locally and international to deliver efficient and reliable services. At the heart of these reforms lies a strong accountability that demands a single, empowered point of management accountability and organizational structure, consolidating all necessary functions, a clear service compact between the municipality and the service entity, full financial transparency, a credible funded business and investment plan. This moment calls on us to restore trust in public institutions by ensuring services work consistently, transparently, and sustainably. This is not merely technical reforms, it is a moral obligation. Honorable Chairperson, we acknowledge leadership demonstrated by eThekwini in advancing the district development model. Through the DDM, they've been able to streamline their planning and facilitated the establishment of one-stop shop for environment impact assessment and water use licenses approvals. Through the funding from Infrastructure South Africa, eThekwini Municipality has been able to unlock critical infrastructure for major catalytic projects, such as the 10 billion rands brickworks development in Avoka on the northern part of eThekwini and 15 billion rands eShongweni development in the outer west of eThekwini. These economic projects have injected economic growth and jobs and economic opportunities where they were created. It is important, Honorable Chairperson, to mention that along entry corridor, a bold vision is taking shape. the development of a new urban node connecting Durban and Pietermaritzburg. This corridor is becoming a spine of KwaZulu-Natal. The intention to establish a mid-rand equivalent for the province, reflecting strategic foresights and anchoring logistics, industry, commercial development, and residential growth along one of the country's busiest transport routes. The Cattle-rich dry port development is attracting significant investment and will ease pressure on the Port of Durban, improve freight efficiency, and strengthen export competitiveness. Major central upgrades to the N2 and N3 corridors, which together carry close to 300,000 vehicles daily, will further stimulate the economy of the province and create sustainable jobs and economic opportunities. This investment in infrastructure has significantly improved business confidence in eThekwini. The latest Business Confidence Index report from the University of KwaZulu-Natal indicate that Business Confidence Index rose from 52.12% in quarter 3 of 2025 to 63.38% in quarter 4 2025. A clear signal that reform and investment are restoring trust. Recently, the city of Durban has been ranked among the world's top destinations to visit time out worldwide. In its newly released list of best places to travel in 2026, Durban secured the 14th spot globally, cementing its status as a premier destination for tourism, leisure, and entertainment. Honorable Chairperson, no discussions of growth is complete without confronting the youth unemployment challenge. Therefore, every development agenda must place the youth employment as its core. Key interventions should include mandatory youth hiring quotas linked to catalytic projects, DDM youth economic zone focused on digital economy, logistics, green industries, and township manufacturing, youth work readiness programs tied to infrastructure grants, ensuring very rent spent build skills and vocational employment. This should be a collaborative effort between TVET colleges as well as the private sector. This must prepare the youth to become creators of jobs, not the job seekers. A targeted youth public employment guarantee in high unemployment communities, youth must be involved in projects such as pothole patching, grass cutting, and road marking, and installation of solar panels. Honorable Chairperson, to achieve the SONA 2026 presidential directives, we must return to the Constitution. We must focus decisively on Section 217 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which governs public procurement. Section 217 is not a procedural clause, it is a transformative directive. It instructs that when the state contracts for goods and services, it must do so in a manner that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. But critically, it also empowers the state to advance persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination. Honorable President, if we are serious tackling unemployment, inequality, and poverty, then we must unapologetically use Section 217 to place key provision of basic services, especially water, sanitation, infrastructure maintenance, in the hands of structured, accountable social enterprises. We strongly believe that basic services must build local economies. Every municipality procures plumbing services, waste collection, road maintenance, stormwater maintenance, and common facilities. These recurring services must be deliberately structured for youth, women, people with disability, military veterans, and community-based social enterprises. Allow me to state this categorically. Our economy cannot transform if we rely on a procurement system that was never designed to uplift the marginalized. Therefore, we must place social enterprises at the center of economic reforms because they are the most powerful engine of inclusive growth that we have as a country. Social enterprises turn procurement into empowerment. Every contract to social enterprise, a job created, a family supported, a community uplifted. Social enterprises reach communities the mainstream economy has ignored. Social enterprises do not just provide economic activity, they promote economic justice. They convert social problems into economic opportunities. Where others see obstacles, social enterprises see the potential. If you want to grow, the growth that is fair, inclusive, and sustainable, that we must invest in organizations whose mission is community benefit, not the few. Social enterprises offer transparency, measurable social impact, local economy, and also ensures that the localization is realized wherever our communities are. Honorable President, Your Excellency, the President spoke at length about the urgent need to stabilize and strengthen local government during the 2024 State of the Nation address. He directed the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Regional Affairs to lead a comprehensive review of the 1998 White Paper on local government. This review comes at a critical juncture for our democracy. We commend the people of South Africa who actively participated in the consultation process and made their meaningful contributions. Their voices will help us shape a new framework for municipalities that is responsive to the realities of today while remaining anchored in constitutional principles. We are confident that this review will address persistent shortcomings in governance, financial and management, service delivery, and will chart a path towards building an ideal municipality that is democratic, accountable, responsive, community needs, capable of delivering services, sustainable, a driver of inclusive social and economic development, committed to creating safe and healthy environment, encouraging of meaningful community accountability, clear in the assignment of roles and responsibilities of leadership and management. Equally important are the proposals under consideration to restore financial sustainability of municipalities. A review of the financial model for local government is being explored, and it must be accelerated. One that directly addresses the structural imbalance where expenditure continues outpace revenue while service delivery declines. Without reform, this trajectory is unsustainable. The proposed trading services reforms hold particular promise by strengthening management of core revenue generation services such as water provision and others. Together, these reforms signal a decisive commitment to building a capable, ethical, and developmental-oriented local government. Institutions that are not only administratively functional, but are the engines of growth, dignity, and opportunity to all. We are confident that reforms will also clearly define the role of traditional leaders as we go forward.
Honorable Member, your time is expired.
Ngiyabonga. Ilungu elihloniphekile umnumzana uThrolip.
Honorable Member,
President,
Mr. Trollip, Chairperson,
international trade where
you
might is
said
right.
that
Yet you choose to align with autocratic, despotic regimes across the globe where might is the only fair, and in so doing you alienate our trade partners from the democratic free world. You are recklessly navigating the new world without a moral compass at our collective peril. Mr. President, you continue to pay lip service to stopping illegal immigration and illicit trade, which goes hand in hand. My colleague, Honourable Alan Beasley, bought cigarettes and alcohol within one block of this precinct at a fraction of the price of the regulated products. As long as politicians and political parties benefit from the situation, nothing will change. Despite the fact that these products, companies, compromises the health of South African citizens and destroy their access to employment, not to mention lost tax revenues. You said that corrupt criminals will face consequences, yet you yourself face no consequences for the illicit possession and foreign currency to the value of $580,000. What's more, you failed to report the theft of this contraband to the South African Police Services. The silence from your party and your GNU partners on this stinks of the worst kind of expediency. As for expediency, why are Deputy President, it's not my house, actually it is my house, Mashatile, Zweli Mkhize of Digital Vibes infamy, and Tembi Semelani of VBS Notoriety not charged and prosecuted. Lifestyle audits, my foot. Even the MPA officials have refused lifestyle audits, and it's clear as to why they do that if you watch the Madlanga Commission and Ad Hoc Committee on our TV screens daily. No, Mr. President, you cannot fictionalize your legacy. It isn't shaped by spin, but by facts. You are right about your government and your bloated cabinet of ministers promoted above the Peter Principle, lurching from one crisis to another. Local government is a mess, and your stopgap intervention in Johannesburg before the G20 summit was like putting a plaster on a septic wound. The pus is oozing out again, and there's no water in the taps, despite the Vaal River system overflowing. This is a reflection of what your government has come to represent. Your MEC for Health says sleeping on a hospital floor is a preference. The Gauteng Premier, Antoinette Lusufi, says he too is inconvenienced by having to shower at hotels. This reflects a callous disdain for lived reality of South Africans. At last, you have intervened in the foot and mouth disease disaster. This 4-year-old outbreak has not been contained due to the systemic neglect and collapse of the ARC and Honest Report biological products that were once world-class facilities. The previous administration spent R500 million to build a World Organization of Animal Health recognized good manufacturing practice vaccine production facility, and we have nothing to show for it. The Minister of Agriculture is sitting on the investigative report, and those responsible for this disgrace are still at the forefront of controlling the disease. Mind-boggling. This state-controlled disease is out of control. Comprehensive vaccination is no one's inspirational decision or choice. It is a desperate last resort because the spread of the disease can no longer be contained. Take note that the Western Cape government, who've jumped the queue to get vaccines, are now also wanting to procure their own vaccines because they don't believe that the bureaucratic bungling of the responsible department and ministry will deliver them to them. If your disaster declaration is to be successful, it's not to ensure the control of animal movement and further destroy economic livelihoods in the sector. Your sole focus should be the urgent acquisition and delivery of enough affordable and effective vaccines, something that the department can't seem to do, and to facilitate the emergency vaccination of contaminated and uncontaminated herds. Vaccination of clean herds mitigates against devastating production loss and livestock mortality. Farmers and their cattle are literally dying for vaccines. Mongameli, boyisagele, imfuyo yabafuyi.
The livestock is being damaged and its life.
10 years ago, a mine shaft collapsed at Lily Mine in Mpumalanga, swallowing 3 South African miners in a container. Previously, mine rescue teams were sent to Chile. We have rescued and retrieved illegal miners, Zamazamas, dead and alive from the Stilfontein and the Buffelsfontein mine, at incalculable cost to the state. Yet you've left these 3 in that container. Yvonne Mnisi says, do not remember me only on anniversaries. Remember me every time you choose profit over people. Solomon Nyirende says, I was left underground, but my family lives above ground. Their pain has never been relieved. Priti Nkambule says, I went to work to earn bread for my family. I did not know I was walking into my grave. 10 years later, my children have grown, but I have not come home. Your Minister Mantashe has promised repeatedly in this parliament by saying, Sizabakupa, Nizabakupa Nini. Yet, the parents of these deceased and neglected miners are still stuck in despair, and for the past 8 years have camped 1,000 meters from the mine entrance, watching Zamazamas go to work at the mine, where the business rescue practitioner is stuck in a careless time warp of inaction. I, Aninangatalo, your government
You
has
don't
no heart.
care.
Remember, your time is up. Honorable Reverend K.R.J. Mishwe.
Madam Speaker, Mr. President, honorable members, yesterday's The Star newspaper had as its top story on the front page an article entitled, Public and Analysts Warn of Another Sauna of Lies. It was subtitled, Critics noted that the president has a history of announcing initiatives that remain unimplemented. The article went on to say that the president's ambitious plans include economic growth, job creation, crime reduction, and service delivery. Mr. President, in short, they are saying implement your ambitious plans. While the ACDP and most South Africans are relieved that load shedding seems to have come to an end, we are nevertheless concerned that we now have water shedding. Pre-1994, many of us looked forward to the fall of apartheid, but did not foresee a new form of suffering that would be caused by poor service delivery and the destruction of our critical infrastructure. We thought that the ANC would be wise enough to retain and hire skilled engineers to maintain our water infrastructure that provided our major cities with clean water while expanding to other areas. We never imagined that people in cities such as Johannesburg, Sandton, Bedfordview, and Germiston would be drinking water that is dirty because of poorly maintained infrastructure. Speaker, in the 1980s, we had municipalities whose quality of tap water was rated above that of bottled water. Today, sadly, some of those municipalities no longer provide such quality of water. Among the Chapter 9 state institutions supporting constitutional democracy is the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities. The primary objectives of this commission are A, to promote respect for the rights of cultural, religious, and linguistic communities, and B, to promote and develop peace, friendship, humanity, tolerance, and national unity among different communities. Mr. President, I want to submit to you that the CRL Commission has failed to promote respect or promote and develop peace and tolerance among different communities. They have instead gone to great lengths to attempt to regulate religion, something the ACDP totally rejects. In one of the interviews given by the CRL chairperson, she said, this thing called Christianity must be regulated. Well, she still has to answer why she said this thing. This is definitely unacceptable, and we want her to retract that and to be reprimanded. She also was recorded in another instance saying that anyone who says that God spoke to them must be taken to a psychiatric ward. This, again, was very, very insulting, because some of us, the Lord spoke to us, that's why we are here, but we do not qualify to go to any psychiatric ward. This, Mr. President, is offensive, and we expect the President to do something about that. She must be reminded, as they are making attempts to get rid of the charismatics, that Jesus said he will build his church and the gates of hell shall not prevail against them. The ACDP calls for her divisive utterances that undermine constitutional values and her fitness to serve as CRL Commission chairperson to be investigated. We also call for an investigation into the process followed.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Honorable the Minister of Home Affairs. Can the service officers please help the Minister? IT, can you please sort it out?
Speaker.
Order. Yes, you can take a point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. While they're busy with that, these plugs don't work. There's no power in here. Thanks.
Very much. I'll also try and ask them to deal with that. Honorable Skosana.
Ngiyakuthokoza Speaker. Lokhu kuyakutshela ukuthi iGNU iyahluleka Speaker. Sihlula into elula kangaka Speaker. Hawa nisiphathise inhloni.
Order, honorable member. This is the work that Parliament and Public Works were doing in terms of the dome, not government. Honorable Schreiber.
Next.
You can proceed. Order, honorable members, we can have a 5 minutes break while we are sorting out the communication system.
Oh, dololo, dololo. 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 Capacity, yona. Dololo, dololo. Oh, dololo, dololo. Ushinu magashe yena. Dololo, dololo. Dololo, dololo, dololo.
See. See. We good, we good, we good, we good, we good. Good, we good. Yeah, we good. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Order, honorable members. The break is now finished. We are back to resuming. Order, honorable members, can members settle down? Honorable members, I will call you by your names so that you can sit down. Maybe you don't hear when I'm calling you as honorable members. Madala, you are also standing. Order, Honorable Minister of Home Affairs.
Honourable Speaker, last year I stood at this podium and outlined the key priorities that the Home Affairs ecosystem would deliver during 2025. These were to build the first components of a digital identity system, conclude a new digital partnership model with the banking sector to expand access to smart ID and passport services, enable naturalized citizens and permanent residents to obtain smart IDs, and build an electronic travel authorization system that uses AI and machine learning to ensure efficient and secure processing of tourist visas. In 2025, Home Affairs not only delivered on each and every one of these pledges, we went far above and beyond. As a result of our reforms to the online verification service and other upgrades to internal systems, I can today announce that the turnaround times for smart ID and passport applications have been cut by an incredible 66.7%. This is what building a capable state looks like in practice. And this is why we issued a record 4 million smart IDs in 2025, a near doubling in efficiency compared to the previous annual average. Additionally, when the Constitutional Court affirmed in May 2025 that Home Affairs must reinstate the citizenship of South Africans who had been unconstitutionally deprived thereof, we turned a challenge into an opportunity. In the past, implementation of this judgment would have required affected people to stand in long queues and fill in mountains of paperwork. But we rejected the old way of doing things and instead enabled South Africans to verify and confirm the reinstatement of their citizenship online through facial recognition within just 1 hour. The technology we built for this portal is also a key component of the digital ID system that we are rolling out in 2026. If you want to get a taste of the future we call Home Affairs at Home, simply visit myhomeaffairsonline.dha.gov.za. Die dramatiese hervorming van binnelandse sake maak dit duidelik dat die DA ons ondernemings aan ons kiesers gestand doen en 'n reuse bydrae lewer om ons land vorentoe te neem deur die regering van nasionale eenheid. The track record we have built over the past 20 months is also the reason why I can proudly tell this House today, you ain't seen nothing yet. In 2026, the best is about to come for Home Affairs. Our showpiece reform this year is digital ID. With the core biometric technology already live for the citizenship portal, we now shift our focus to building the front-end user interface. Through digital ID, South Africans will not only be able to access the enabling documents on their mobile phone, but they will also be able to remotely verify their identities using secure facial recognition. Of course, Speaker, even in a digital world, there remains a need for greater access to secure physical documents, including the smart ID and passport. Within the next few weeks, we will launch the first set of bank branches offering these services through our new digital partnership model. Honourable members, this will mark the beginning of the end for long queues at Home Affairs. Under the new digital partnership, you will be able to walk into your local bank branch, including in rural and underserved areas, and apply for a smart ID in as little as 3 minutes. The Home Affairs digital revolution is also enhancing border security and immigration management. Following the successful launch of the ETA ahead of the G20 leaders meeting, the Border Management Authority, in collaboration with the South African Revenue Service, is currently expanding facial recognition cameras to all international airports and major land ports. Once this is complete, we will scale up the ETA to eliminate visa fraud, ensure that biometrics are recorded for every foreigner who enters South Africa, and enable legitimate tourists and travelers to obtain visa outcomes digitally within 24 hours. At the same time, the preparatory work for the public-private partnership to physically rebuild the 6 busiest land ports of entry is nearing completion, with an announcement to follow shortly. Speaker, these reforms, coupled with the President's announcement of more labour inspectors and greater funding for border management, as well as the proposals contained in the draft white paper on citizenship, immigration and refugee protection, lays the foundation for major progress against illegal immigration and illicit trade this year. Honourable Speaker, through focused delivery on these priorities in 2026, the digital-first, modern and efficient Home Affairs we are building is fast becoming unrecognizable from the problems that people have in the GNU.
Thank you, Honourable the Premier of Northwest.
Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the NCOP, Your Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellency Deputy President Paul Mashatile, honorable members, and South Africans. Honorable Speaker, the year 2026 marks the 50th anniversary of June 16 Student Uprising. As we mark this important milestone, we do so cognizant of the sacrifices made by students and the youth leaders of this generation. Their enduring resilience in the face of adversity continues to inspire us to be of great service to our nation and her people. They are part of a political infrastructure which inflamed a trajectory which led to the country's democratic breakthrough in 1994, culminating in the adoption of the Constitution in 1996. It is their sweat and blood which nourished the creation of a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous state. Honorable Speaker, we have gathered here today to yet again commit to our ongoing efforts of building a capable state, one that is characterized by the will of the people and is able to prioritize their needs and find solutions to their challenges. Honorable members, many of our people still bear the burden of past injustices. The promises of our hard-fought democracy remain etched in their hearts and minds. Therefore, our participation in this debate is not merely about catchphrases and how eloquent we sound to say public opinion. As a province, we are hard at work to turn the tide against a litany of socio-economic challenges afflicting our developmental trajectory. The upward trajectory in audit outcome speaks to the systems we have put in place to ensure that we put emphasis on ethical leadership. And as such, 8 out of 10 departments received clean audit and unqualified outcomes in the last audit cycle. This stability has trickled down to the departments such as health, as it continues to lead the pack in the drug-resistant TB management in the country with a success rate of between 84 and 86%. These efforts have also been bolstered by the allocation of additional 200 million rand for the employment of nurses, doctors, specialists, as well as procurement of new ambulances. Furthermore, the NSC result of 2025, which currently sits at 88.9, the fourth highest in the country after affluent provinces, is consistent with our efforts of infrastructure development in our distressed communities. There's equally improvement in the overall outcome of these results in our rural and farming communities. And as a consequence, we have managed to reduce the learner performance gap between disadvantaged schools with Resource 1. And as a matter of fact, 54% of bachelor passes in our province were recorded in no-fee schools. Honorable members, we are at heart like fixing local government. We are working hand in hand with the national government, and we have brought stability to the local municipality of Ditsobotla following the introduction of the National Cabinet representatives. We have descended into the Matlosane local municipality with a view to strengthen existing intervention measures to improve the situation. On a very positive note, the Ramotsi-Rimwila local municipality this Friday will be signing a memorandum of cooperation with Infrastructure South Africa under the auspices of Adopt a Municipality initiative. This will see the municipality benefiting from various infrastructure projects that are aimed at expediting provision of services to the residents. This municipality has ticked all the right boxes in the form of improved audit outcomes as well as honoring payments to third parties. We have recently, as a province, convened what is called local government Kota Kote under the theme, every municipality must work. This is part of the ongoing commitment by the provincial government to ensure that all municipalities are functional, responsive, and accountable to the people they serve. Honorable members, there are encouraging signs of recovery after the province recorded 42,000 new jobs in the third quarter of 25-26. In the fourth quarter, it registered 36,000 additional jobs. This is a reduction of unemployment by 3.1%. Our efforts, members, of creating additional 12,000 jobs are gaining traction as we seek to implement the Bojala Special Economic Zone, which will be anchored on investment commitment amounting to 12 billion rand. We envision the SEZ license in the next financial year. In giving impetus to this bold pronouncement, we will be signing a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure this Friday to resuscitate the Pilanesberg Airport. We will be collaborating and working with Infrastructure South Africa. And once fully operational, the airport will serve as a strategic access point to Sun City, Pilanesberg National Park, as well as a special economic zone, thus creating various economic opportunities for our locals. This economic drive is further amplified by the implementation of 4 critical roads projects at Matibeng, Moses Kotane, Taung local municipalities, and they will serve as strategic corridor routes between the provinces of Gauteng and the Northern Cape. We have set aside a budget of 980 million rand this financial year so that we are able to create employment and sustain our jobs. The Department of Public Works and Roads additionally has been allocated another 256 million, which includes around 150 million in the form of disaster relief fund to address repairs of roads and bridges that were damaged during the floods last year. Moreover, the construction of 2,900 housing units across the 4 districts of our province is well underway. We have resolved to utilize 80% of the budget to complete all blocked housing projects in the province. To date, 70% of those projects have been completed. Just last year, we have handed over 300,000 housing units to residents of Ching, Extension 19 in Ventersdorp in JB Max. Projects in the province are in various states, in Dinokana, in Tabane, in Ibelegeng, in Ikageng, Lonely Park, Joburg, Ellerton, and plans are already in motion for the commercialization of rural and communal farms at Springbok in Bitsobotla local municipality. Over 100 farmers across 23 villages will benefit from this 40 million rand initiative in the Ngaka district. The Provincial Disaster Management Center has been activated to assist farmers and help them to arrest the spread of the foot and mouth disease in the province. We have put measures in place for farmers to adhere to the dictates of the protocols for the movement of cattle as a means to avert and curb this new infection. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, the Nigerian author and novelist Ben Okri averse, and I quote, "Where there is perfection, there is no story to tell," unquote. We have never claimed to be perfect, but will be true to the cause of reversing all the injustices meted on our people over 300 years of colonial apartheid rule. Amakalo a re tsweleleng go direla baagi ba rona. Let's build communities together. Ke a leboga. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order. I'll now ask Honorable Acting Minister of Police to take the podium.
Malongwe. Madam Speaker, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, His Excellency Deputy President Mashatile, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of all parties. My condolences to Reverend Jesse Jackson's family.
Order, Minister, if you can take your seat. Yes, Honorable Mauta.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I mean, can we be respected? Everybody's been addressing us there, has been standing. Now this one is addressing us seated. This is unfair.
Honorable Mauta.
No.
Order.
Wrong.
Order, Honorable Mauta. That's not a point of that he or she has. Honorable Minister, you can continue. You are standing, we can see you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Those comments really don't offend me, Honorable Member. They're much more a reflection on you. South Africa and our struggle for freedom. I also wish the government and the people of China a happy new year. With respect to the fight against corruption, violent crime, and organized crime, including gang violence and illegal mining, The President's SONA address on the 12th of February was, in my opinion, the most significant in the last decade. The President's speech recognized that the well-being and security of our people must be the core priority on which inclusive economic growth and the proper functioning of our democratic institutions is dependent. He set out a clear vision for the coming decades, as well as detailed action plans that must be implemented if we are to achieve our objectives. I confirm that the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service and the Chief of our Army met yesterday to finalize the deployment plan, which will begin in the next 10 days. And by the direction of the President, I can confirm that the deployment will include the Eastern Cape. Mr. President, this decision is appreciated in communities across our country, from Umtata in the Eastern Cape to Philippi and Kaalicha in the Western Cape to Gauteng
Order, Honourable
to
Minister.
Reiger Park.
Order, Honourable Minister, if you can take your seat. Honourable Reddy, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Will the Minister be prepared to take a question?
Minister, will you be prepared to take a question?
I will continue with my speech. It's a maiden speech, Honourable Member. I don't
Thank
need
you.
to remind
Proceed,
you of the rules.
Minister.
I was saying, Honourable President, before the interruption, that this is a decision appreciated across communities that I have visited, including Reiger Park in Westbury. We have agreed that the method of deployment should learn from past experiences in our own country as well as elsewhere, respect the respective mandates of the South African Police Service and the SANDF, as well as the Constitution, having regard to the imperative obligation to restore calm and stop the killings. In addition, I have asked the National Commissioner to take further steps to strengthen the anti-gang units and to deploy specialized units of the South African Police Service, on which I'm expecting a report in the next 2 weeks. It's also going to be critical in this period to implement steps to strengthen the capabilities that are required for intelligence-driven approaches to dismantle the networks behind organized crime. Multidisciplinary task teams, including the National Prosecuting Authority, under the able leadership of its newly appointed advocate, Mutibi, skilled and experienced detectives, the Special Investigations Unit, and the South African Revenue Service will be targeting the leadership, finances, firearms, organized, comprehensive and integrated strategy to combat organized crime. It will rely on open source information and analysis to support the monitoring and oversight responsibility of the ministry. We also have to implement an all-government approach to the fight against crime, including organized crime, as provided for in the Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy. This is a critical intervention because crime also has socio-economic roots. The social cluster departments of government, including provincial and local government, have a critical governments of the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal, most affected by gang violence and various forms of organized crime, including extortion and illegal mining, have an important role to play in ensuring that service delivery and the development needs of our most affected communities are attended to. We cannot fight gang violence and criminality by relying on law enforcement alone. Young people in these communities need opportunity and the Processes Coalition that has emerged in response to the gang violence in the Western Cape, an organization with which I'm in constant contact. The levels of gender-based violence, rape, and femicide in our country is unconscionable. Therefore, the classification of this as a government disaster by the President has provided us with the impetus to tackle this issue with renewed vigor. In my visits to communities in many parts of the country, particularly in the Eastern Cape, I have been shaken to the core by the kind of violence in our families, in the most intimate spaces between husbands and wives, adults and children. I have therefore asked the Deputy Minister of Police, documents of the South African Police Service, and to propose remedies. Our approach will include expanding and strengthening the family violence and child protection units in the South African Police Service to improve docket quality, DNA evidence, and victim support at police stations. It will also require working with the Departments of Social Development, Health and Justice to ensure the provision of shelters, psychosocial support, and survivor-centered services. Fighting crime and improving safety also requires an all-of-society approach. At the inauguration of our democracy, there was a strong commitment to community policing. It appears to me that this project has lost some direction and impetus, and that a renewed effort has to be made to involve communities across the country through community policing forums, patroller programs, and neighborhood watches. We do not have to impose a one-size-fits-all approach. Let me say, however, that I'm particularly interested in the role that an expanded, incentivized patroller program can play in supporting communities in the fight against crime. One option for funding to be sourced by provincial governments from the Presidential Employment Stimulus or the EPWP program. I see this program also as having social benefits because there has the potential to provide additional income support to families in
Honourable
distress.
Minister, your time is up. Thank you. Honourable Deputy Minister of Defence.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, Honorable President
Speaker.
and Deputy President,
Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Sorry. Order, Deputy Minister, can you take your seat?
I just wanted
Thank
to
you.
check.
Honourable Malima.
I wanted to check if it's parliamentary because when the minister was choking, I asked Honorable Mantashi to give him water. He said we must give him wine.
Order, Honourable Member. I think both of you were involved in what is unparliamentary. Thank you. There is the water there, which is available in this House. Honourable Deputy Minister of Defence.
Madam Speaker, Honorable President and Deputy President, honorable members of this House, Mamalala. The government of national unity will not be judged by the promises tabled during the opening of Parliament, but by whether that skeletal plan is implemented with urgency, discipline, and measurable results. The SONA emphasized economic recovery and energy stability, but sustainable growth also depends on protecting our environment and critical infrastructure from vandalism, illegal mining, and sabotage that damage ecosystems and investor confidence. We are strengthening enforcement, deploying coordinated security, but sustainable growth also depends on protecting our environment and critical infrastructure from vandalism, illegal mining, and sabotage that damage ecosystem. I repeated that deliberately. We are strengthening and force deploying coordinated security and accelerating prosecutions because environmental protection, stability, and growth are inseparable. The GNU further recognizes that development cannot flourish without security. We therefore welcome the deployment of the SANDF in support of SAPS in crime epicenters such as the Cape Flats, Western Cape in general, as well as Eastern Cape, and now the issues related to the mining as well. In line with the orders issued by the Commander-in-Chief, President Ramaphosa, I confirm that the Department of Defense is seized with operational requirements to support stabilization interventions in consultation with the security cluster. Mkwati,
let me assure you, Honorable Mandase, that these thieves, their time is over for these thieves.
Law enforcement agencies.
You must allow the law enforcement agencies to do their work. Those who are doing protection fee, they even close down clinics in Khayelitsha. Their time is over. We're going to deal with them decisively.
The honeymoon is over. Corruption and maladministration have not merely touched the state. The rot did not spare the Department of Defense either. That is why we acknowledge the President's decision to sign the proclamation authorizing the SIU to investigate these matters and more. Accountability cannot be selective. It must be decisive and it must reach everywhere. At a briefing to the Portfolio Committee and Joint Standing Committee on Defense, the SIU, the military police, and Hawks assured us that we have recovered over 1.6 billion linked to corruption and mismanagement within the Department of Defense. This is just a start of restoring the image.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up.
Okay.
Just like that,
Member,
just like
your
that.
time is up. Honorable SSZB.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable President, when we spoke last year before you proclaimed the Madlanga Commission, I said two things. The first was that it was the right decision to ventilate such matters in public and under oath, especially with a highly capable team led by Justice Madlanga. Nearly every day, South Africans get to know who is undermining our public institutions and the rule of law and making all of us less safe. In that way, they can put pressure on you and all of us to make sure that these people are held accountable. In this respect, I want to commend you for responding to what is in the hearts of every South African, that the senior ranks of law enforcement must be revetted and cleaned up. South Africans are not only angry, but afraid to report crime
because they do not trust those who have taken an oath to protect them. The process of vetting must be adequately resourced and urgently done. This leads me to the second thing I mentioned last year, which is that South Africans want you, Mr. President, to cane someone on the streets, proverbially that is. They want to see people in court and then in orange overalls as quickly as possible. They want to see wrongdoers fired. I urge you to be unrelenting in pushing the relevant ministers and the National Police Commissioner to complete this task as soon as possible and keep Parliament appraised. What we have heard being revealed at the Commission amounts to treason, and we must be harsh and unforgiving in dealing with it. These people have to learn that at the end of a treasonous journey lies great punishment. For the South African people have waited too long for a safe country to be undermined by greedy people who have no care for society. I also noted that you dealt with the issue of local government. Mr. President, I want to encourage you to use more blunt language. Local government is a very weak link in the economic recovery chain. The level of mismanagement, misallocation of funds, and corruption in municipalities undermines nearly everything that is being done at national level to drive economic recovery. Key underperformance and the failure to deliver basic things, either in the city of Johannesburg and a long time ago. And given how little time we have to avert a bigger crisis, a more decisive intervention is needed. Lastly, effective deployment of the budget. 4% of the health budget goes to capital expenditure and about 3% to education. This formula is unsustainable, yet resources are limited. That means we must pick our battles and prioritize. Therefore, the composition of expenditure is the next frontier of the things we must tackle. And I challenge my fellow honorable members in Parliament to push the finance minister in that direction. To govern is to choose. We must choose where to direct our limited resources. We must choose between what is urgent now and what must wait until later. Because if we lack the courage to prioritize, we guarantee that nothing of substance will get done. And thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Mamabula.
Madam Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, His Excellency the President, the Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Premiers, traditional and co-san leaders, honorable members, councillors, distinguishing Honorable Panyaza Lesufi, whose apology I'm pleased to convey. Please receive our sincere greetings. We congratulate His Excellency the President on the State of the Nation address well delivered. We believe that the address was delivered so well that it reverberates and echoes in the hearts and minds of the people of our country. Well done, Mr. President. We appreciate the manner in which you appreciate that you invited and paid tribute to the contribution of Mama Sophie Duprain, who is a resident of our province. Indeed, Mr. President, the clause in our country's constitution, united in our diversity, is a product of various struggles waged by different generations. Our task is to sustain national unity in diversity. Honorable members, Gauteng Province welcome the SONA. In particular, we appreciate the strategic thrust that resonates across the speech, that the three spheres of government working together, led by the President, the Premiers, the Mayors, with the people, and we believe that this profound principle constitutes a decisive turning point and certainly a new normal in how government, across the three spheres of government and organ of the state, should work in a coordinated, integrated, and cooperative manner. Honorable members of Gauteng Province, we hold a strong view that the President has put before us, namely the three spheres of government working together, and that this should be seen or treated not as isolated fragments, as one intervention here or one there, but this should be understood as inaugurating a unity of purpose for the renewal of intergovernmental relations to deliver a better life for all, to grow the economy and to improve the quality of life of our people. We say this because the persisting and stubborn legacy of colonialism of a special type was a nationally coordinated project. National oppression and exploitation of people across the length and breadth of our country.
Honorable Mamabulo, if you can take a seat. Honorable Reddy, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to know if it's parliamentary for a full minister to take his biltong, eat in front of us, and then tell the country there's no poverty. Is that allowed in the House? Thank you.
Order, Honorable Reddy. I will once again ask my camera people to show Honorable Reddy we are missing you. The camera hasn't seen you today, but I take the point. And this is the point for all of us as honorable members. Thank you very much, Honorable Mamabulo. We can proceed. And if you can just move a little bit away from the mic. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We say this because the persisting and stubborn legacy of colonialism of a special type was a nationally coordinated project. National oppression and exploitation of people across the length and breadth of our country. That is why it continues to reproduce poverty, inequality, and unemployment. We cannot address this legacy through fragmentation, blame shifting, pointing fingers, and working past one another. We need national unity of purpose. It is precisely through working together as national, provincial, and local government that Gauteng successfully hosted the G20 World Leaders Summit last year. Honorable members, as Karl Marx taught us, philosophers interpret the world differently. However, the point is to change it. Honorable members are definitely within their right to interpret the SONA as differently as they wish. However, we do not have the luxury of diverse interpretations only. We need unity of purpose. Honorable Speaker, if we do not adopt this new normal as put forward by the President, we run the risk of what we must not, in any other way, do anything except what the President has advised us to do. Let me give some few examples to demonstrate why, as a province, we believe that the President has inaugurated a new strategic line for the rest of us, for the country, and why we need to rally behind that. Now, let's take the issue of water security. We want to say, President, we welcome the establishment of the National Water Crisis Committee, which will be chaired by the President. Already, we have seen the President send ministers and deputy ministers of water and sanitation and culture to attend to the water challenges in our province. We are pleased to announce that there has been significant improvement in stabilizing the water network. We are attending to a number of required interventions, such as increasing water storage capacity in municipalities, reducing non-revenue water, responding promptly to water leakages, replacing old water pipes, and improving the delivery of water infrastructure projects. We also welcome the provision on financial resources to address water infrastructure backlogs. Honorable members, alone as a province, we will never be able to achieve this. And I would like to thank Honorable Matodina, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, for excellent leadership and guidance. I would like to thank you, Minister. Thank you very much for good work well done. On fighting crime and lawlessness, Mr. President, we welcome your decisive announcement on the deployment of members of the South African National Defence Force to assist in the fight against illegal mining. We are confident that this effort will strengthen our fight against crime and gender-based violence and femicide. In addition, we recognize the support and we say thank you, Mr. President, for the support we received working with the ministers towards resolving the problem affecting our traffic wardens. We are very much pleased, President, that the traffic wardens are now formally recognized and designated as peace officers. We are very clear that working alone, Mr. President, we will never have achieved this, and I would like to thank you. Let's take the economy and creating jobs. You have clearly and correctly said, open quote, all our actions now are driven by the need for rapid and inclusive economic growth to create more jobs and better quality of life, close quote. You further indicated that Cabinet has adopted and approved a comprehensive implementation plan to drive growth and inclusion. As the economic hub of this country, we can say, without any shadow of doubt, President, to achieve the objectives of the plan, we need to work together as the three spheres of government. No single sphere can grow the economy, create jobs, particularly fight youth unemployment, on its own. We do need to work together. For that, we thank you, President. Let's take health and NHI. We welcome the fact that you visited Dr. George Mukari Hospital and further welcome your approach at working with various public and private financing institutions to finance the building and revitalization of care facilities. This will certainly enhance our readiness for national health insurance. Even on this, we need to work together to realize the objectives of NHI. On energy, we welcome what you said, Mr. President. You correctly said, open quote. We will work in each province to address transformer overloading, illegal connections, equipment failure, with the objective of eradicating load reduction by next year, close quote. While the province has been doing some work in this area, but once more, President, to achieve these objectives, the three spheres of government should work together because our national operation was nationally coordinated. We need to work together to resolve it. On issues related to infrastructure, we applaud what you're saying, President, and you have said, open quote, infrastructure is much more than investment in brick and mortar, concrete and steel. It is an investment in jobs, productivity and growth, close quote. We do need better coordination across the three spheres of government to deliver infrastructure. No single sphere working alone can realize
Thank you, Honourable
It is for
Member.
this
Your
reason
time has
that we
expired.
welcome the President. We call on the House to accept, to welcome and endorse the SONA.
Honourable Member,
Thank you
your
very
time
much.
has
Well done.
expired. I now invite the Honourable Maimane.
Fellow South Africans, Bagaetso Dumelang. Mr. President and Deputy President, on Thursday last week you delivered a state of two nations. There is a nation upon which South Africans are enjoying reduced interest rates, they're enjoying a stronger currency, they welcome the removal from grey listing. For them, the lights stay on, and ultimately for others, they enjoy blue light brigades and police for safety. In all fairness, Mr. President, there are more police in this precinct today than there are in Nyanga and Guguletu, where I was last week. Except, Mr. President, there is another South Africa that we need to talk about. It's the one the Statistician General puts at 50% below the upper poverty line. This is where the 12.4 million South Africans are unemployed. This is where they're not feeling relief from the words from last week, Thursday. They waited patiently, Mr. President, to hear you speak about the completion of the establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency. It has not been done. You spoke about the women who marched, but I bet you every woman in South Africa waited to hear about the 16 sexual offences courts which were set to be established in this financial year. They've heard nothing. So, Mr. President, I want to commit to you. We are here to build one South Africa, and I want to work with you to ensure that all South Africans enjoy the true freedoms that you speak about. So when we speak about your speech, we must divide it into three areas: the good, the bad, and the ugly. Here's the good, Mr. President. I celebrate that we are off the grey listing list. I celebrate the fact that this has been ratified by the EU. I celebrate that Africa is the pathway. This is a good thing. On the bad, Mr. President, you spoke about many promises of things to come. Yet in truth, none of them were costed. Here are some costs that you need to count. The SAPS will cost us 435 million rands if we are to increase them. A single unrest team is 950 million rand. A commission of inquiry is another 1 billion rands. If you're looking at an army deployment for 6 months, that's 147 million rands. So, Mr. President, if you want to send the army to the Cape Flats, 64 million rands. If you want to deploy illegal mining, it's 140 million rands. If you want to expand COVID grants, that's 35 billion rands. So, Pilamali, Mr. President, where's the money coming from?
Where is the money coming from, Mr. President?
On the ugly bits, Mr. President, it may be unpopular to say so, honorable members, but we can send the army as a short-term measure. It will not reduce the 64 murders that take place every single day in this country. So, honorable members, here's what we need to do. If we're serious about the work that we've got to do, Mr. President, I want to ask you, when you respond on Thursday, maybe let's appoint a new ambassador to the US. Secondly, Mr. President, whilst I congratulate the class that just finished matric, but we cannot have them pass at 30%. Let's improve our skilling culture so that more of our young people can pass. If we're serious, Mr. President, let's cut the security that goes to deputy ministers and put them to the Minister of Police so that we have more police in the townships. Mr. President, please promise the people of this country that you will not tax them more to fund your promises. If you commit to those things, I will be the first one to support your plan and ensure that corrupt politicians end up in jail and we build one South Africa that works for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now invite the Honourable Zungula.
Progressives, ndiyanibulisa.
Greet
Mr.
the
President,
Progressive Caucus.
the people need a leader. They can confidently say, the President hears our cries and is on our side. They want a leader that sympathizes with them, a leader that will not gaslight or chastise them when they are expressing their views on what affects them. You believe in the private sector to address our problems. Hence, last week, you mentioned private-public partnerships more than 8 times. When citizens turn to their own activism because the state is clearly failing them, the answer is not to label them vigilantes, but to fix the problem that gave rise to it. We have had 8 years as president of this country. In that 8 years, the rich have become richer, poor, poorer. Even the economy you say is growing is not creating jobs at the rate required. Instead, companies are closing. When over 1 million young people apply for 5,000 SAPS vacancies, It is a crisis that should be declared a national disaster. The reality is over 40 million people in the country are living below 3,000 rands a month, yet the food basket price, it is 5,300. In your 8 years as president, black people have been displaced from the entry-level sectors of the economy and jobs. Black people have resorted to taking their own lives to escape their daily suffering. It is black children that are dying in pit toilets from eating snacks from spazas and have to walk over 20 kilometers just to get to school. Black people in Randfontein are refugees in their own country, fleeing illegal miners that are enabled by porous borders and weak immigration controls. Black students do not have accommodation in CPUT and NMMU, and the state unleashes the police and private security on them. Black businesses receive a tiny share of government spending, are made to pay bribes for their invoices to be paid, and to receive funding from the PIC. If they don't pay bribes, they are blacklisted. A black nation of Amahlubi is still not recognized, yet historically, they are one of the oldest nations in the country. Inkosi are sidelined in the land their forefathers fought for. It was Ngonyama Langalibalele, Chief Auchumato, Inkosi Jongumsobomvu Maqoma, who were amongst the first political prisoners in Robben Island for resisting colonization. Yet the institution of monarchs is undermined by the current government. It is a travesty of justice for a party that was formed by Amakosi, treats Amakosi like second-class citizens. We have to ask this, Mr. President, why is it so difficult for you as the ANC to advance the interests of black people? We are the majority and native to this land, yet black people are the ones who suffer the most in this country. What hurts people the most is that it is a black government that has failed them, even with basic services such as water, electricity, and safety. So last week, Mr. President, when you are saying we are strong as a country, you are definitely not referring to black people, rather to your white private sector. As the ANC, you hate black people. Hence, you chose to govern with parties that are against BEE and affirmative action. Parties that openly practice apartheid in Cape Town and are pushing for Cape independence. Fellow South Africans, we must rescue the country from the failures of this GNU.
They are hypocrites.
In
This
these
GNU
coming
is full of
elections,
hypocrites.
we must vote them out. Mr. President, in Palapala, you are still going to account for Palapala. Thank you.
The Honourable Premier of the Eastern Cape. Honourable members, honourable members, honourable members, order. Members of the ANC and members on this side. Honourable members, you know full well it is against the rules to boo someone. It is unparliamentary, and I request you to refrain from doing that. Honourable Premier, please proceed.
It's Premier of Malnutrition, Deputy Speaker. Just a correction.
Please
Thank
proceed.
you very much, Premier of Malnutrition.
Deputy Speaker, greetings to the Honourable President, Deputy President, the ministers, deputy ministers, premiers, and acting premiers, honourable members. Please don't be obsessed about me. As public representatives entrusted with the historic responsibility of advancing a better life for all, we do not gather in this august house merely to debate policy, but also to reflect on whether our collective actions are improving the lived realities of the people of South Africa. From the rural hinterlands, small towns and industrial corridors of the Eastern Cape comes a clear message. When we invest in people, infrastructure and security, development becomes visible, hope becomes tangible. We are rolling out, Honorable President, the massive work in our province of building the state-of-the-art schools and healthcare centers in our rural areas. We are connecting our people to service centers by revitalizing their village towns through our multi-million investment on small town revitalization program. We are steadily restoring dignity of our people as enshrined in the Bill of Rights. It is on this basis, Honorable Table Speaker, that we support the State of the Nation's address as a program of action to deepen opportunity, restore confidence, and advance the promise of our democracy. Honorable members, we welcome the President's announcement that the South African National Defence Force will be deployed in almost in all areas where they are needed most. We want to see that, Mr. President, in our northern areas. We want to see that, Mr. President, Paya, Emampondomiseni.
To see that happening there in Mampondo Miseni, people are busy ravaging us. Even there in Bata, the people of Eastern Cape, Honorable President, want police visibility. We are doing a great job that is being done by NIU and the RTT. There are those who are complaining, but I'm telling you, Honorable President, things are going well in Umtata because of your intervention. It is showing that a great job is being done in the Eastern Cape. That province is led by ANC. And we are not going to govern Eastern Cape. We are behaving like this on my left side.
Honourable Premier, please take your seat. Honourable Member who has now raised your hand, could you please indicate to the point of order that you are rising on?
Can a member take a question on his master's degree and the SIU progress?
Honourable, no, that is not how it works. Honourable Premier, do you want to take a question?
No, not at all, not now. When I'm done, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
The Premier does not want to, so please proceed.
That's not parliamentary. Withdraw, please.
Honourable Premier.
Withdraw.
Honourable Premier.
We're not in the Eastern Cape.
Our rural district.
The Speaker is right.
Honourable Premier.
Honourable
Please,
Premier,
don't be obsessed with me, please.
Honourable Premier, please take your seat.
The Premier is correct.
Honourable members, and I'm including the Honourable Premier here. Any comments have to be made through the Speaker. Do not engage with the members directly. And the rules are for everyone. Honourable Skosana, Premier, please take your seat. There's a point of order. What precisely is your point of order?
Ngiyakuthokoza mgcinisihlalo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Ngiphakamisa la ngokuthi okhulumako ngaphambili uPremier akahoqise igama lokuthi uhonorable member ohloniphekileko uyaphatha. It's unparliamentary. Speaker.
Which means
Speaker.
it is unparliamentary.
Indeed, that honorable member is forward.
The Premier did not name anybody. Who tell law? Whose law?
Honourable members, please switch off your microphones. I have not recognised any of you. There's no one on the floor now besides the presiding officer. Honourable member, I am again cautioning everyone, including the Premier, please remain from making comments directed at the members. Honourable members, the Premier said that the Honourable Member is to forward. Honourable members, I will then consult the Hansard and come back with a ruling. We will now proceed. Honourable members, that is my ruling. Honourable Premier, please proceed.
We're not in the Eastern
Please
Cape.
proceed.
This is not the Eastern Cape.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the Eastern Cape Rural Development, the rural development is both an economic necessity and moral imperative. Infrastructure investments, roads, bridges, water, and connectivity are improving access to markets, reducing travel time for learners and patients, and unlocking economic activity in historical marginalized communities. Every road built narrows the distance between poverty and opportunity. Rural infrastructure is therefore not only about mobility, it is about dignity and inclusion. Work we are doing, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is in partnership with Sandral, has turned our province into a construction site. We're doing a massive road infrastructure because we believe on what Chinese are saying, if you want to be rich, build roads. Furthering further the improvement on our logistics network, we are also working hard, Honorable Deputy Speaker, on ensuring that Bishop Ulembe Airport is going to be a cargo international hub. We are also attending to the huge backlog of our rural gravel roads network, and surely more support is needed there. Madam Speaker, the Eastern Cape remains a cornerstone of South Africa's manufacturing capability, with the automotive sector anchoring the industrial stability and sustaining thousands of jobs. We must continue to support investment retention, supply chain resilience, and speedy conclusion of key reforms to ensure policy certainty and competitiveness, while confronting the challenge of increasing imports, finished goods. Localization, Honorable Speaker, remains essential if we are to deepen industrialization and expand employment. Eastern Cape is now feeling the experience of catastrophic effects of 30% US tariff imposition on auto sector. But as resilient people, we shall overcome this imperialist attack. We are working hard, Honorable Speaker, on diversifying our economy. Over and above the renewable energy program, Green Shoots, we want an aggressive approach on oil and gas, particularly the shale gas exploration that is currently underway in Karoo. So we'll be launching that program now in March. We're calling on an urgent implementation, Mr. President, of all the delayed catalytic projects that have been pronounced here in this House in the previous zonas, like Ukuvuselela project, which we think that is key to connect Eastern Cape to Gauteng, our economic hub. Our LNG, investment in our terminal construction posts to create more capacity and performance of our best performing SCZs in the country, the Kocha SCZ and East London IDZ. Eastern Cape of that part of the country. We need more focus and concerted effort with a more collaborative arrangement with all spheres of government. Complementing this, Mr. President, we are also working very hard with the agricultural institutions to ensure that we are actually using agriculture as an alternative in diversifying our economy. Our Department of Agriculture is working hard on that. We are also rolling up our sleeves in ensuring that we are confronting the FMT challenge. The commercial farmers in the Eastern Cape, Honorable Speaker, have been demanding from me that government must relax the regulations around this. They would want to procure the vaccine because government has delayed so much, and our fear is that this thing now is rolling out, is actually spreading like wildfire. The progress that we are making in government, in stabilizing government in our province, Honorable Speaker, now in our province, all government departments in our province are unqualified. Many of them are clean audit government departments. That includes our education and health, who are now on unqualified after so many years. We are stabilizing our province, we are focused on our province, and we are making sure that we're turning the tide around the corner. Madam Speaker, umntu ngabantu. National programs
Person
continue
is
to
a
make a
person
measurable
through
difference in our
collaboration with
province,
other people.
strengthening services and social cohesion. Welcome emphasis on strengthening frontline human capacity through social work by the employment of over 800 early childhood development teachers alongside the recruitment of doctors and other medical professionals. These investments ensure that the developmental state is felt where it matters most, in homes, clinics, and classrooms. Honorable members, our response to malnutrition continues through targeted programs supporting children and vulnerable households. We are not going to bury our heads in the sand when we're confronting this challenging problem. Our government is investing, putting more than 35 billion for child support grant and SRD for our elderly people. Our challenge is that we need to strengthen the law. Those who are making children and leave them in the Eastern Cape and go away with grants, they must know that they are breaking the law. And then the law must follow them wherever they are. We are also responding decisively to this challenge of FMD, as I said, Mr. President. We also wish to take this time to honor the late Bishop Bolan, whose life embodied compassion, humility, and service to humanity. Honorable members, it is also saddens me to report to you the passing of our late veteran, ANC veteran, who distinguished herself during times of our struggle for liberation, Umama Deborah Gomos, whose lifelong commitment to the struggle leaves an enduring legacy of courage and community upliftment. Honorable members, the Eastern Cape progress is inseparable from the national trajectory. When national policy succeeds, our municipalities experience tangible improvement in opportunity, services, and hope. Our task now is to deepen implementation, strengthen accountability, and accelerate delivery so that progress is measured in everyday lives. Nation building is a collective responsibility, not a responsibility of howlers. From rural heartland to the industrial centers, we are building infrastructure, strengthening industries, as I've indicated. Let us, therefore, leave this debate with a renewed resolve to act with agency, protect the vulnerable, and unlock the full potential of our nation. Because the true measure of our work will not be the debates we hold in this house, but the dignity that we bring to our people. Thank you very much.
Mr. Fake Diploma.
Honourable members, business will now be suspended for 15 minutes for a comfort break. Bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of business. Business is now suspended.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Please be seated. Honourable members, we shall now resume the debate on the President's State of the Nation address. And I invite the Honourable Stofile.
Deputy Speaker, President welizwe lakuwethu emhlaba ihlangene, Sekela Mongameli, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chair of the NCOP, the Executive Leadership in the Cabinet, the Premiers of our province, the Chair of the House, and honorable members and different political leadership that is in this House, we greet you in this afternoon. On behalf of organized local government, in the contribution towards the State of the Nation address that has been made by the President of the Republic, which has dealt with the number of issues that our nation is pursuing and the work that lies ahead, we express our gratitude to the President for dedicating a significant portion of his address to local government, particularly in light of the considerable challenges faced by this sphere in serving our people. For citizens, government is always perceived in a manner and a way in which every day they experience governance weaknesses and the development thereof. It is perceived in a tap that flows or runs dry, a light that remains or extinguished, refuse removal that is collected or left to decay, and road that enable safe movement or hinder livelihoods. Local government is where democracy becomes tangible and where dignity is either upheld and deferred. We share the President's concern that this is not merely a municipal problem. When a services fail, citizens experience a failure of the state. This year, as we all remember and be reminded by the President, we are completing 30th anniversary of our Constitution and the establishment of developmental local government, which position municipalities at the core of transformation. And it is the same year that we are celebrating the establishment of SALGA and Malachi as the founder president and other leaders that have built this organization. That promise remains valid, but it must be renewed through practical reforms, capable institutions, and sustainable funding. At the center of this conversation is the fiscal reality. Municipalities bear critical responsibilities, yet frequently lack sufficient support, rendering cooperative governance an unfunded obligation. Municipalities are expected to generate approximately 90% of their revenue internally, despite sluggish economic conditions and limited affordability in many communities. Local government is accountable for approximately 46% of the 100% constitutional assigned to different spheres of government. Yet municipalities receive only 9.5% of the total government budget. This discrepancy is unsustainable and directly undermines reliable service delivery. And this, President, is betrayed by the SALGA research that we have conducted when we are putting this matter on the table. SALGA research highlights a cumulative funding gap
of about 1.5 to 1.8 trillion rand, a current annual shortfall of approximately 150 billion. Municipalities are owed, and they are owing in that process. Because, President, one thing that we have not done properly in our engagement is that we, together in South Africa, when we are struggling for a country to be free, we encourage the citizens not to pay. And we have never engaged the citizen back that it is about time to pay, because if you don't pay a municipal service, you are collapsing the government. If the state expects municipality to deliver, then the state, business, and society must also honor their payment obligations. And the rules must be applied consistently. Hence, integrated enforcement is essential, where, for instance, President, which we are suggesting, that, for instance, it can't be proper in a country united such as South Africa. Banks, we are told that they are collecting 100%. SARS is collecting 100%. A municipal space is not collecting, but we are operating in South Africa. It means there is something that we need to do differently. That includes that when a vehicle hits in a municipal pole, a poor mayor must go and steal money in the budget somewhere, and that money cannot be recovered anywhere to fix the pole that is not even budgeted. This is the issue that probably we need to look at. As SALGA, we express our appreciation, President, though, for endorsing the review of the white paper, and we have been asking this for a very, very long time. Looking into your previous State of the Nation address and looking into the recent one, you gave an update, and we are really appreciative of that fact. This process is crucial, as it must address a key constraint facing municipalities at large. The current funding model of Formula, President, it is a matter that it needs to be relooked. The existing funding model is misaligned with the responsibilities of local government, limiting municipality capacity to deliver reliable services and undermining cooperative governance in practice. And the critical question here, President, is as we look into the freedom that we've achieved over the last 30 years, the question that we must answer or ponder around, how much does it cost to address or redress the imbalances of the past, of the spatial planning that we have acquired? It is important for us to look at that as we look and have engagement with regarding of the funding model of municipalities. SALGA therefore advocates for comprehensive review that prevent performance regression, strengthen accountability, improves financial sustainability and revenue management, and mitigates the destabilizing effects. And in this process, President, we are requesting the political parties, you leaders, requesting the political parties to play their role. It's political parties that take councillors to council. There is something that is missing in the between. What is that something? And I think it's a matter that probably we need to talk about, address it as we deal with that issue, so that we avoid the governance failures. SALGA welcomes the President's prioritization of water as a national issue and the establishment of the National Water Crisis Committee. Let us explain why we are appreciating this. Which in the State of the Nation, you said, we are going to chair. We support the coordinated deployment of experts and resources because water security is inseparable from public health, local economies, and social stability. Importantly, this approach, President, gives practical meaning and effect to Section 154 of the Constitution, that the national and provincial government must support local government. And in this way, we are driving that support directed, committed into addressing the challenges, which obligates national and provincial government to do that, to manage their affairs, municipalities, in exercising their powers and perform their functions. Municipalities are struggling, President, to manage water and electricity costs that are rising above the consumer price index, compounded by aging infrastructure, increasing bulk tariff services, backlogs, climate shocks, and inconsistent support conditions that elevate the risk of systemic failures. And you can see this, President. When we did the planning of local government in South Africa, the population was standing at about 18 million. The population today is about 64 million, with an unaccounted people that have visited the country. They're using the infrastructure. And the infrastructure, therefore, is bound to collapse because it consumes more than what it was planned for. While maintenance is crucial, the growing disparity between municipal tariffs and bulk charges is leading to unfunded shortfalls that council cannot sustain indefinitely. Financial pressures can swiftly escalate into a community crisis. For instance, President, the metro of Ekurhuleni around Gauteng adjusted electricity tariffs, including fixed charges, in response to public backlash as the public were pushing back that. While the city of Cape Town, where we are, they've tried the same. The introduction
Thank you,
of the new
Honourable Member. Your
tariffs.
time has expired. The next speaker is the Honourable Litchfield Chabalala.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recognize His Excellency Ungamalala and the MKP leadership emuva. Mr. Ramaphosa, there is a fundamental difference between diagnostic analysis and symptomatic analysis. There is no difference between isona nomuntu ogulayo ofila ama-symptoms.
And somebody who is sick, they go to the doctor then diagnoses him so that there can be results.
What you gave us last week is based on symptomatic things ozibona in South Africa. Because if you had diagnosed buzowaza kusho mina,
You would have known.
ama-analysts,
The analysts are telling you, academic analysts,
tenure of 2018 until now, the lost decade. And a reason why
they have a reason why they call it the lost decade.
in the lost decades, the economy only managed to grow by 0.7% annually, meaning the economy was growing lower than the population. So in the last decade that you produced, South Africans have become more poorer. National unemployment has chronically refused to go below 30%. Youth unemployment is sitting at 46%. Now listen to this one, and I'm sure you won't howl on this one. Your last decade has produced 2.8 million chronically food insecure South Africans. It has produced 3.6 million food insecure South Africans. These are not numbers. These are people the way
when they call them at Dutchwa, if you speak to them, they say, here we last ate on Wednesday. You find it is Friday that day. There's nobody there.
There's no leadership.
There's no leadership. There's no leadership. The people you are leading, that's why you can. They can say, I go and shower in a hotel when I don't have water. What is that? The minister can come here and say, how many tourists have come to South Africa? We don't care about that. We want to know if you and your genuine partners, how many Africans.
Somewhere else. Bangaki, Bhutan, Eswatini. How many formerly marginalized people can visit Eswatini? That is why your Minister of Defense deploy defense force.
He doesn't tell you which defense force you are going to deploy. They don't have workwear, they don't have boots, they don't have uniform, they have to buy, they lack equipment. The Navy ships are parked in Shaman's Town because we don't have soldiers.
Based on symptoms.
You are telling us things based on symptoms. The analysts have said this. They said they are going to deploy the defense force. You see, One day you must look into your eyes and tell you are a complete failure. You're a complete failure. Go. You need to go. Go now. Because the local government elections, you are going to raise your hands. Something will happen. We are going to kick you out. We are going to vote you out. We are going to kick you out. This 126 million and this 4.6 unemployed does not even want to see you. We are going to bring them together to us. You see, if you want to see how the lack of leadership under Yetsena
is described as the worst performing economy. There is deindustrialization in key sectors of manufacturing. But then again, if you diagnosed, you would have known that the neoliberalism that we are following will lead to forced deindustrialization.
Take over Mkhonto. Take over Mkhonto. There's nobody there. Take over Mkhonto because there's confusion here. Take over Mkhonto because. Take over Mkhonto. The platform is yours.
The Honourable Sharif.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mr. President, you stood before this House and the nation and paid tribute to the brave women of 1956. You reminded us of their resilience, courage, and sacrifice in shaping our country. You invoked the image of struggle heroes marching to the Union buildings with 100,000 signatures to the doorstep of a Prime Minister who, in your words, did not dare to meet them. Your portrayal of the women of 1956 reveals a stark parallel. The courage that drove their protest still mirrors the battles women fight today. 70 years later, the struggle has changed, but not its urgency. It is an injustice that decades later, women again stand at your doorstep demanding action. In 2018, the total shutdown movement led us to the Union buildings, demanding an end to gender-based violence and femicide. In 2019, we filled the streets outside Parliament. In 2021, I submitted a petition on behalf of Post Office to Parliament, calling for the creation of a National Council on GBVF. In 2023, I stood before you at the City Hall and warned that declaring GBVF a pandemic without ring-fenced budgets, proper implementation, and support for frontline workers is misleading. Yet, here we are again. In April 2025, Women for Change led us to gather at the Union buildings carrying a casket filled with 1 million signatures, drawing strength from the women of 1956. But again, you did not dare to meet us. On 21 November 2025, only after mounting pressure and on the eve of the G20, you classified GBVF a national disaster. Yet at SONA, only 6 sentences out of around 1 hour and 43 minutes addressed a crisis that devastates lives daily. You missed the opportunity to outline government's response to the classification of GBVF as a national disaster. While policy progress matters, South African women do not experience GBVF as a policy issue alone. It is a constant threat to their survival. Honourable members, Tutuzela care centres are intended as one-stop facilities to support survivors and strengthen prosecutions. Yet many face funding gaps, staffing shortages, weak coordination and limited accountability. DNA evidence remains backlogged, with approximately 140,000 samples outstanding in 2025. When evidence sits unprocessed, justice is delayed. Eliminating the backlog through expanded forensic capacity and effective public-private partnership is essential. But justice responses alone is not enough. Ending GBVF requires action across government and society, prioritizing prevention, early intervention, and survivor support. The Department of Social Development is central to this effort through shelters, psychosocial services, and prevention programs. Yet capacity shortages, budget pressures, and systematic failures limit its reach. Social workers carry excessive caseloads, and shelter access remains uneven. We must audit shelters, police stations, and survivor services, publish the findings, and ensure that protection systems work where they are needed the most. Mr. President, at your reply on Thursday, women of this country expect clear plans to address the DNA backlog, resourcing of TCCs, lack of social workers, lack of training of frontline workers on mandatory reporting of child sexual abuse, lack of transparent GBV crime data, and resourcing of the NSP and National GBVF Council. No more excuses. Mr. President, you cannot honor the women in history while failing them in the present. Like those brave women 70 years ago, we stand before you again and say, we shall not rest until we have won for our children their fundamental rights of freedom, justice, and security. A nation that cannot protect its women cannot claim to be free. A nation that does not prosecute perpetrators cannot claim to be just. And a nation where 15 women are killed and 117 women report rape every day cannot claim to be secure. I thank you.
Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker, Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable President and the Deputy President, Honorable Members. We participate in this debate on the President's 2026 State of the Nation Address at a moment when our primary task is clear. It is to accelerate growth, rebuild our country's productive capacity, and create jobs at scale. The President has called for faster and more inclusive growth driven by higher investment, increased infrastructure expenditure, trade expansion, and a broadly capable developmental state. Naturally, industrial policy is central to this program. It is through continuing industrialization that we will expand production, promote innovation, deepen localization, transform ownership, and create sustainable employment. This is the core of the ANC's economic program and the 10-point plan to reignite growth and employment. Honorable Speaker, the debate on economic growth must be anchored on the objective realities of our economy, not impressions. The President's 2026 State of the Nation Address spoke about an improving but not perfect economic environment. That improvement is not a coincidence. It is visible in the data and is being driven by deliberate structural interventions to stabilize the macroeconomy, restore credibility, and defend productive capacity. South Africa has now recorded a fourth consecutive quarter of economic expansion. The latest growth forecast projects South Africa's economy to grow at between 1.3 and 1.6% in the near term, with growth expected to strengthen as improvements in energy, logistics, increased infrastructure expenditure, and new investments take effect. This is the sign of an economy that is regaining momentum beneath global headwinds. Inflation has also eased materially. The South African Reserve Bank revised its forecast for headline inflation to 3.3% for 2025 and 3.5% for 2026, and noted progress in inflation expectations towards the 3% goal. The shift to a 3% point target with a 1% tolerance band lowers inflation expectations. The lowered inflation expectations are helpful when they begin to lower the cost of borrowing, which is an instrumental condition for higher fixed investment and industrial expansion. Interest rates have begun to fall for households, and the cost of government debt is also falling. South Africa's exit from the FATF grey list on 24 October 2025 removed a material reputational and transaction cost penalty from the economy. This has helped us with the first sovereign ratings upgrade improvement in around 2 decades. Externally, the trade numbers also show resilience. South African exports have improved in 2025 despite the volatile global trading environment. The South African Revenue Services recorded a trade surplus of 21.8 billion rands in September 2025, with exports of 186.4 billion rands and imports of only 164.6 billion. Now, these are not abstract indicators. They reflect the regained capacity of the economy to earn, produce, and export. Overall, the data shows resilience even amid global shocks. Now, this data matters because it proves that when we fix network constraints in port performance, in logistics coordination, expanding market access, South African producers can expand exports even with global conditions that are volatile. This is why we say the corner is being turned, not because we simply folded our arms and wished it to, but because we have been working to stabilize fundamentals in ways that create space for growth. Now, of course, we are quite clear. Stability is not the destination. It is the platform on which we want to anchor our growth agenda. We know that to reduce unemployment meaningfully, we must lift growth to at least 3% and beyond, because below that threshold, the economy does not produce new firms at scale, and the labor market does not absorb new entrants at scale. Honorable Speaker, the global trading system is being reshaped by protectionism, unilateral measures, and supply chain competition. In that environment, South Africa's trade posture must be both defensive and expansionary. We are actively defending existing market access that sustains jobs while diversifying into new markets and building regional value chains. Firstly, on the African continent, the data shows both progress and unrealized potential in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. TradeMap data indicates that South Africa's exports to AfCFTA implementing countries was at 32.75 billion rands in 2024 and 28.19 billion in 2025 up to the end of September. Yet preferential utilization under the AfCFTA remains low. SARS data shows that from January 2024 to October 2025, South Africa's exports under AfCFTA preferences into non-SADC implementing countries were about 2.2 billion rands, with imports at 1.58 billion, yielding an AfCFTA utilization rate of 3.85%. Now, Africa is already a major market, but we are still at the early stages of using the AfCFTA preferences to scale industrial exports into new markets. The AfCFTA currently provides new market access in 13 non-SADC countries on 90% tariff coverage, while negotiations continue to finalize the remaining 10%. Our task is to drive up the utilization firm by firm, product by product, so that the AfCFTA becomes not only a trade agreement, but a platform wherein South African manufactured goods reach all corners of the continent. Honorable Speaker, we are pushing new market openings and defending existing ones. Our trade strategy is not set on announcements. It is action-oriented to defend, diversify, and industrialize through trade. Just a week ago, Minister Tau returned from China. We have an early harvest with China that is envisaged in the recently signed framework agreement of expanding duty-free access and building new export corridors for South African products into a growing market of 1.5 billion people, whilst attracting Chinese industrial technology firms into South Africa. The Southern African Customs Union negotiations with India are progressing towards a preferential trade agreement that will open access into a market of more than 1.4 billion people and attract Indian manufacturers into South Africa. Trade engagements with Gulf economies are unlocking new investment and market opportunities in agro-processing, green hydrogen, and advanced manufacturing. The renewal of AGOA, even for a limited period, provides important relief for exporters and is a positive signal for continued strategic engagement with the United States. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I wish to take this moment to pay tribute to Reverend Jesse Jackson, the legendary civil rights leader of the United States who passed away today peacefully at the age of 84. Reverend Jesse Jackson was a lifelong friend and dependable ally of the people of South Africa and the ANC. Reverend Jackson tirelessly championed our cause of freedom during apartheid, and up to his last day, he continued to champion the truth about democratic South Africa against hostile political opinion in America. I thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon the next speaker, the Honorable Makasini.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Greetings to the President, the Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Comrade Julius Malema, commissars, fighters, and the ground forces of the dejected masses of our country. It's nice to be in the construction site of the GNU called Dome.
They are sitting in the tent. That's what the South Africans need to know. The tent you never see.
Honorable Chairperson of the NSOP, abantu base Mthatha,
People of Mthatha in KSD, President, when they were listening to your speech last week, they lost hope because ever since they have been in floods, they are affected by floods. They were put in North Crest Hall, Nanamhla. Today they are still there in the hall. There is no change. You have forgotten about the people that you put them. You came, President, and you said you came to them, and you are coming with Tumamina. They say come back and give them answers of when will they live in the halls. The people in commands in Pumalanga, the people in Shakuma, Tulamela, they are saying that they are waiting because ever since they were affected by floods in 2025, to date, they are still waiting. There is nothing happening. So that do not look at the floods that happen in December. Think of them because they are still waiting for their houses. They can't live with their kids. They are in hope. But President, there are kids who are graduates that we meet who are doctors. They are sitting at home, not working with their certificates. They are gathering dust. There is no hope. They are asking you politely that majority of them, you said them in China, they need replacement, they need work so that they can assist the government. The hospital, the Marco Hospital, on weekends, it's only one daughter that works. The CEO of the hospital also assists, because there is a shortage and there is people who are not given jobs. We are saying, President, as the South Africans, we've been here. Your tales, the tales must come to an end. Work must be done. People want service delivery. Tales that people of Mthatha who were affected by floods 10 years ago, they are waiting for you to take them out so that they can get houses and live with their people. There is no person who can live in a temporary house for more than 20 years without the MEC in Eastern Cape who has been crying in the portfolio committee, telling about the people that you have forgotten about in Mthatha.
It was the story. You also told us about the story at Dallas.
You told that about the story where you told that there is a child who's called Tinswale who will get freedom. Namhlanje oTinswale are sitting with their CVs, they are not working. Tinswale today, they are hungry at home. Today Tinswale are sitting without hope, they have lost hope. They in and out of rehab, killed by drugs. If you are going to send people and forget about people who are going to school, who end up using drugs while you are there, you need to stand up.
President, you also told us the story of the billion rands that you are going to invest in the infrastructure, establishment yet another national crisis committee. Yet he never spoke about abantu abalinde amanzi.
About the people who are waiting for water, where there are no water in the tank. Where should they get water? You have not given us a plan what they need to do, those who are affected in Gauteng. They've been without water for 27 days. You have not told the 75 years old mother who wants to drink their medication. We are here today because they send us, the South Africans send us. We are not sent by, we do not send ourselves. What they are saying to me is that stop giving promises. They need actions now.
The Department of Water and Sanitation has been placed under a special focus in 2025. Yet again, in 2026, kukho i-national emergency crisis yamanzi. Kodwa last year unanisixelela uba kuneplan eniyenzayo
Kulo nyaka
nge-Department of
upheleleyo
Water and
nisixele, you
Sanitation.
told us
Ukuba umama
if
uPenny Madlodini akakwazi
Penny
ukusebenza,
Madlodini cannot
makahambe
work,
abuyele
she
eShek.
must leave and go back to Stack.
Impompo zethu
The
zomile,
taps are
abantu
dry,
abawanawo
people do
amanzi.
not have
Into
water.
esidibanayo asihamba ngazo apha
The
ezitratweni,
things that we are going
yisuwa
is when we
ehamba
are going around the
kwizitrato,
street is the
iyancicisa.
sewer.
Abantwana
It's
badlala
in the
ngamanzi
street. People,
angcolileyo anendle.
children are
So
playing
sithi
with dirty
President,
water. We're saying, President,
kawufocuse
focus
ukulungisa
on
imasipala
fixing
zethu.
the
Ngoba imasipala zethu,
municipality,
you
because
also
our
admitted
municipality have
that
admitted
imasipala under your
that
stewardship, they
under
are dysfunctional. And siyavumelana nawe mongameli.
we
ukuthi
agree,
imasipala zethu they are
President,
dysfunctional.
Ukuba, that
Kodwa
our
masipala,
municipal are
le
not
nto
working.
oyenzayo,
The thing that you are doing,
yokuhlala
President,
uzisa i-section
always
139
said, always
kumasipala,
coming with
uthatha
this
abantu
section,
bebefeyilile
taking
uba
people who have
ngu-MEC,
failed
uthatha abantu
in being
bebefeyilile
MEC and taking
kwi-responsibilities zabo
people who have
zomasipala
failed on their
zabo, ubenze
responsibility and
o-administrative.
make them
Ayisincedi loo
administrative.
nto.
It's not helping
Identify
us.
abantu aba-capable, that will do the
Check on
work.
people who are
For
capable to do
example,
the work.
kunanamasipala
Umzekelo,
obuzwa
there is
iBitsobotho. La masipala for the highest municipality in South Africa, okusoleke une 8 administrators since the dawn of democracy. Till today, in the Sobotla service delivery yenzekayo.
There is nothing that is happening. There is all a problem with administration. We need you to look at these things. You cannot do Section 139 with people that you know yourself that have failed. Matua can testify on this because they also have the same municipalities where third parties are not being paid. People are struggling, the third parties are not being paid their pension without getting their money. And Fuleni municipality, they also have the same challenge. From 2018, they were under Section 139. Why are we having such situation in our nation? Let's go to Machabeni and Mangaung and Mafubeni and Masilonian and Omasi, where you said you were going to have a system of administrator where there is no political
Of Mpumalanga. It was also Ward 5 of Mpumalanga and Ward 17. Ward ezithile report bebengafuni
reports whose reports were not submitted. The fake DA that you like so much, they are quiet because they have 10 manners. They are just sitting, they are not working, just like Deputy Minister for Water. We don't even know what they are doing. He's just eating. are many communities. You want to control municipalities. That is not going to happen.
As you wish. Anizufa,
We are not going to steal. We are going to do oversight and accountability. Thank you.
And I call upon the Honourable Minister, the Premier of the Free State.
Thank you.
All the honourable members, please take your seats so that we can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Chairperson of National Council of Provinces, His Excellencies, Tate Matamela, Ramaphosa, and Tate Paul Mashatile, members of Parliament, premiers. Utinkale ndikulungise member Moses Mandisa.
First of all, I'm happy that we can recognize our president. I'm happy for that.
You know some of these issues that we are raising today about municipalities in the Free State. Main contributors,
problem that we have today, people cross the floor, they are there. That's where the problem is. They were messing because they knew that they are leaving. We are going to remind them, you know who they are. Others are there, others are there.
I know. I
don't think that I don't know. What I know is that they messed up and ran away.
We rise today, President, to express our support for the State of the Nation address delivered by President Cyril Ramaphosa, which we regard as profoundly people-centered address that spoke to the collective aspirations, dignity, and rights of our people. On behalf of the people of the province, the President, we also wish to extend our sincere gratitude to you for attending the Men's GBVF Summit held in Bloemfontein last year. This event brought together over 5,000 men from all walks of life across the province. Your attendance, Honourable President, underscored the commitment of our government to ferociously confront gender-based violence and femicide. There are moments in life of any nation when it must pause and ask itself a simple but profound question, and I quote, are we building a future worthy of our children, close quote. It is to this question that this honor debate is directed. Honourable Speaker, the ANC-led government resolved that ECDs must be moved from social development to basic education to achieve an integrated education system. Since the migration of the ECD function from social development, the province has refurbished and provided maintenance to 62 ECD centers throughout the province, with 13 completed in the current financial year. The province further managed to complete construction of one fully functional state-of-the-art Lindo Kuhle ECD Center in Botshabelo, Mangaung, with a second center currently in construction in Zaskon, Karib district. Through the Barnapele mass registration drive and an awareness campaign, 222 new ECD centers were formally registered, bringing the total number of centers to 1,642 to date. This gave access to 97,540 children. Since the beginning of the 7th administration, 4 new schools have been successfully completed in the province, namely Dr. Tate Mahwe Primary School, Dr. Sello Primary, Malebogo, and Tlolo. In the same breath, 7 new public ordinary schools and 3 technical secondary schools are being constructed in various towns in the province to address the shortage of schools caused by rapid urbanization and population growth, as well as accommodating technical vocational stream. In addition, we completed 2 modern facilities, hostel facilities in Bloemfontein and Garibdam, expanding access to quality education for learners from undeserved communities. These are not mere structures of brick and mortar. They are theaters of social transformation. Honourable President,
Your administration has prioritized access to quality education for all learners. We have repurposed underutilized schools by offering multiple learning pathways leading to general education certificate, technical occupational certificate for learners with mild intellectual disability. In 2024-25 financial year, 2 schools were successfully repurposed and learners were admitted in different skills subjects, one in Mangawi and other one in Lejolipuisa. Furthermore, 3 hostels for learners with special education needs are currently at different stages of construction in Transvaal, Karib District, Leboneng in Velkom, Lejolipuisa District, and Buitumelong in Tabanchu. Siyakuba, President. In the current academic year, 2 additional schools are earmarked for repurposing in Tabamfusanyan and Fezledabi. On a lighter note, to my colleague in KZN, Deputy Speaker, we'd like to inform the Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal that they should not be comfortable. Free State will reclaim its position as a top-performing province in 2026 when the Minister announced those results of the 2026 National Certificate. Siyabuya. And you are number 1, but in record, you are not.
The record is with us.
Honourable Speaker, a society that does not train its youth facilitates its own demise. Through the Free State Training and Development Institute, the FSTDI, in the office of the Premier, we have appointed 67 engineering graduates who are due to commence their graduate program on the 1st of March 2026. The graduates are drawn from the areas of electrical, civil, mechanical engineering, hydrology, construction management, urban and regional planning, and quantity surveying. These young people will not only gain practical experience, they will strengthen our government and improve service delivery. Through the Plumbing Learnership Program, NQ Level 481 learners from all corners of our province have recently qualified. 14 in Sasolburg, 22 in Velkom, 20 in Bloemfontein, 18 in Ficksburg, and 7 in Garib. This is how we localize service delivery. This is how we restore capacity. Honourable Speaker, the declaration of foot and mouth diseases and national disaster was an absolute necessity. Our province welcomes this decision. Our agricultural sector as a whole facilitates approximately 1.2 billion per annum in export of animal and animal products. Import bans have therefore dealt a severe blow to our farmers, particularly milk producers. We have adopted the principle of early detection and rapid response, investigating all suspected cases, quarantining infected farms, vaccinating livestock, and strengthening overall veterinary capacity. We have placed 136 agricultural graduates into workplace at a cost exceeding 12 million, and we have absorbed 23 community service vets into their department. Speaker, we consider the road network as arteries of our economy. It is through road network that people can meet and economy can thrive. We have ensured that we allocate adequate resources to maintain and upgrade our roads, especially those that connect towns. In this financial year alone, our roads infrastructure program created over 3,500 jobs, recruited through a transparent public recruitment system to ensure fairness and inclusion. These are not abstract numbers, President. They represent bread on the table and dignity restored. And we shall increase this number in the years ahead.
Program Director.
When it comes to
health
and we are grateful to the ANC for introducing a progressive policy in support of the implementation of national health insurance. This will ensure that the citizens of South Africa receive the greatest possible benefit. As the country advances towards national health insurance, our clinics and hospitals are aligning with ideal clinic and ideal hospital standards. Infrastructure upgrades and improved patient management system are underway, which will ensure that when universal health coverage is fully realized, the Free State will not be found wanting. I'm proud to report that in the Free State, 195 out of 216 of primary healthcare facilities assessed have attained ideal clinic status. And 16 out of the 32 hospitals have achieved an ideal status in 2025-26. Honourable Speaker, to ensure that all citizens receive government services, the Office of the Premier utilizes integrated service programs to reach rural and underserved communities. This initiative brings together a variety of government entities, departments including SASSA, IC, SAPS, Health, Home Affairs, etc. Rea Koba, Retsualona, Amo, Masvaleng, Mamme, Mandisa, received the services, 123 in Machabe, just last week.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. Your time expired. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. We carry. Bye.
House Chair.
I now call upon the
House Chair.
Honourable Member from
House Chair, the
ICN.
Premier speaks to members and just calls them Mandisa. We are not in the backyard in Velcom or something. She's Honourable Mandisa. Can she please come back there and call our Honourable Member?
Sorry.
No, Chair, she's out of order.
Her time has expired. She cannot come back.
She's not in the
I now call upon the next
It's your fault
speaker,
because you're
Honourable
not even
Fadi.
listening.
Thank you, House Chair. Mr. President, Deputy President, Honorable Speaker, and all of my colleagues.
Chair.
Mr. President.
Fadil, can you take your seat, please?
Chair.
Honorable Fadil.
Honorable Malema.
The Honorable Mateis raised a very important point, because if you want to degenerate this house and we start calling each other like that, as if we are in a netball team, it's incorrect. You are chairing, your head is calling Mandisa, not Honorable Mandisa. You have a duty to put this house into order. You know, if people are used to permanently staying in taverns and they address each other like that, we are not part of that.
Thank you, Honorable Malema. Honorable Fadid.
Thank you, House Chair. Mr. President, many things were said in your speech at the sauna, but I'm going to focus on the most pressing thing for my community. You mentioned the bullet train that you want to build, but you spoke very little about the bullets flying in our streets. We understand that for the last 30 years, the colored people have been taken for a ride by this ANC. It is the ANC that took away our quotas as fishermen and handed them to people in Joburg where there are no seas. When you turned our fathers and our sons into poachers. It is the ANC that closed the factories in Woodstock, Salt River and Observatory and turned our mothers, the finest seamstresses in the world, into nothing. It is the ANC that allowed foreign nationals to take over the construction business in the
Farid, can you take your seat, please? There's a point of order. Honourable Member.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair. Niemand, ek wil net vra, kan jy hom net so 5 minute gee, net om die taai reg te kry asseblief man.
Just to get everything
Asseblief.
No, that's not a point of order.
That is not a point of order.
That's not a point of order. Continue, Honourable Farid.
Ek het mos hier gekom as 'n gebouwerker, man, nie as 'n MP nie. Moenie hy vergeet nie. Not all of us forget where we come from, leader. It is the ANC that has turned our sons into what they are. It is the ANC that allowed 27,000 guns to be pumped into our ghetto via the South African Police Services and then classified the report. And now, Honourable President, what do you want to give us to make our communities safer? You want to give us the army. We've been begging you for an army, Mr. President. We asked for an army of social workers and skills developers and teachers and football coaches. We don't need more guns. If this is all you have to offer, then it is a sad story indeed. Mr. President, my community is dying for development. Our children are dying for a lack of opportunity. Our children are not involved in the tertiary education system. but you're going to give us more guns. You're going to normalize firearms, weapons, soldiers. Our community is a community in trauma. We beg, Mr. President, we will beg no more. We have asked for fairness. You gave us skewed BEE. We've asked for jobs. You put us out the system. Come into the Cape Flats and see our foreign nationals, undocumented foreign nationals and their children occupy the school spaces while colored children sit on street corners. Mr. President, you are the reason, and this ANC is the reason why the colored community sent an animal like me to come and bat for them. Let me warn you, Mr. President, they asked me to be a pit bull. Amelie Wonders gebaita. Ask Gaten to translate that for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. And I call upon the Honourable Reddy.
His Excellency, the People's President, Jacob Zuma. Deputy President Tony Yengeni, leadership of the MK Party, and all protocol observed. How do you tell 8 million unemployed South Africans that the economy is improving? Just think about that. How do you tell 6 out of 10 young people with no job that this is recovery? How do you tell matriculants who passed but cannot secure university space that this is progress? Let's be honest. The last time a university was built in this country was when President Zuma was the head of state. Because, friends, honorable members, the reality does not live in percentages. It lives in households. The MK Party will prioritize industrial expansion, infrastructure-led growth, and state-supported manufacturing to create real, permanent jobs, not temporary statistics like we've been hearing here today. You know, the former DA or outgoing DA leader, John Steenhuisen, he described the past 8 years under Mr. Ramaphosa as being the most disastrous years. Today, he comes here together with the other GNU parties. They praise the so-called GNU. So what changed? The country or the coalition? Now, I want South Africans to know the truth today, because the livid reality that you go through every day is not what you're hearing from these GNU parties. They're saying the things they're saying today because of the perks, the blue lights, and all the fanfare that comes with these positions. I mean, you heard one of the ministers. He came and he said, I'm in this because I love the blue lights. Openly declared that. And today when they come and tell you that South Africa has improved, let me tell you, mothers that are crying out there, children that have no job, they are spitting on your face. Because what you are saying is far from reality. You know, MK Party, we will never trade our mandate for positions. We could have done this. President Zuma could have agreed to join the so-called GNU. And we could have all been having positions today. But we are a party of principles. And we want our voters to know that. When it comes to the local government elections, don't vote for sellout parties, because they're going to sell you out. You talk about 46,000 jobs in the third quarter and 34,000 in the fourth quarter. South Africa has 8 million unemployed people. What's 80,000 jobs against 8 million unemployed people? Youth unemployment, 6 out of 10. This is structural failure. The MK Party will implement a national youth public works and technical skills program. We're not going to create jobs that's temporary, that just lasts for a month or 6 months like EPWP jobs. We want permanent jobs. But listen to me carefully. The best is yet to come. You know, we've been hearing about water. And I want to tell you about water. South Africa is not running out of water. We're running out of management. Johannesburg residents in Soweto, in Brixton, in Westbury, and in a township called, there's a township in Lenasia South. They haven't had water for 2 years, 20,000 residents. And we make a big noise when people in Sandton are complaining. When the reality is that there are townships and rural areas that have not had a single drop of water in the taps for the past 2 years. And we as MK, we're on the ground. We see this every single day. In eThekwini, in Phoenix, in Chatsworth, Umlazi, prolonged disruptions. Hammanskraal, Giyani, billions were spent, and yet the projects are not complete. We have enough bulk water in our dams, but the problem is governance. The problem, Mr. Ramaphosa, is accountability. You know, more than half of planned maintenance remains incomplete. Now, this is neglect. I want to share something with you. In March,
your time has expired. Thank you. And I call upon
vote MK in the local
Honourable
government
Cameron.
elections.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, crime has become a tax on dignity, opportunity and freedom. It's a mother who prays a child returns safely from school. It's a small business owner that fearfully locks up their shop before sunset. It's the commuter who clutches a phone like a lifeline. South Africans are tired of emboldened criminals and betrayed when those criminals sit within the state itself. The President announced the deployment of the SANDF to assist in gang-ridden areas, specifically in Cape Town, parts of Gauteng, and today we heard in the Eastern Cape too. Where violence has reached intolerable levels, short-term stabilization is obviously justified. Communities under siege deserve some relief. But stabilization is not a strategy. The SANDF can assist with area control, but they cannot replace the investigative and forensic and intelligence functions of the South African Police Service or the DPCI. They cannot dismantle drug cartels. They cannot build racketeering cases, trace illicit firearms across multiple crime scenes, or secure sustainable convictions against organized criminal leadership. Which brings us to a reform that some in the ANC continue to resist, expanding policing powers to competent local and provincial governments. Where operational competence exists, it must be enabled and not obstructed. Where other spheres of government offer to help save lives, we must work together. Consider this. Enhanced forensic and ballistic capabilities within the City of Cape Town Metro Police, particularly in gang-related shootings, could be a total game changer. Rapid ballistic tracing, fully integrated with national systems, would allow cases to be linked more quickly, track the repeated use of illicit firearms, and link cases faster, and strengthen prosecutions, effectively amplifying the impact of the existing South African Police Service resources. If reform measurably improves safety and saves lives, why would we block it? We must ask ourselves today, is this about politics or is it about the people? Because South Africans are not interested in turf battles between spheres of government, they are interested in getting home alive. Our police officers are often under-resourced, overstretched, and placed in impossible conditions. Communities feel abandoned and criminal networks exploit systemic weakness with ruthless efficiency. Imagine SAPS pleading for dogs to be donated while failing to even properly feed police members sent for canine training at the Roodeplaat Academy. Yet the same SAPS supply chain division could pay the likes of Kat Mklala through corrupt supply chain commanders and processors. In fact, the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain Management in the South African Police Service is still in his position. In most cases, the men and women in the South African Police Service on the ground are not the enemy. They are also often victims of poor leadership, corruption above them, and of a system that too often fails to protect those who try to protect us. Allegations of collusion and corruption remain unresolved. Even the Deputy President's protection thugs were allowed to stay in the South African Police Service after having earned that name, the Blue Light Mafia, when they violently attacked innocent civilians for no reason. The Madlanga Commission is welcome, but South Africans have grown weary of commissions without consequences, reports without dismissals, findings without prosecutions, truth without accountability, if wrongdoing is exposed but not punished. And let us not forget the cost borne by whistleblowers and witnesses, individuals who risk not only their careers but their lives, often with inadequate protection. Then, honourable members, there was one last commentary suggesting tighter controls on lawful firearm ownership. And let's be clear, law-abiding licensed firearm owners are not the drivers of organised crime. Criminal syndicates are armed through illicit trafficking, diversion and corruption, and they are very rarely lawful owners of firearms. Disarming the compliant while illegal firearms flood our communities is neither rational nor just, and lawfully armed citizens are assets to communities. They are responsible individuals who comply with the law while protecting themselves and their families. We will fight any attempt to disarm law-abiding citizens while illegal firearms continue to flood our communities. In closing, history has taught us that any state that disarmed law-abiding citizens does so not for safety, but for ultimate control of the populace, even tyranny. I thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon the Honourable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, the Honourable 18 Tuli. Thank you, honourable members. Let's allow the Honourable Premier to speak.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of NCOP, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the President of the Republic of South Africa, the Deputy President, honourable members, fellow South Africans. I rise on behalf of the people of KwaZulu-Natal to contribute to this important debate of the 2026 State of the Nation Address. Indeed, South Africa is turning the corner. Indeed, we have witnessed the stabilization of our energy supply, renewed economic momentum, unlocking of infrastructure investment, and a gradual return of investor confidence. The Government of National Unity has demonstrated that cooperation, when anchored in constitutional values and national interest, is both powerful and persuasive in confronting the socio-economic challenges facing our country. The performance of 90.6% by the KwaZulu-Natal 2025 class of matric is one more evidence of the positive direction for South Africa. KwaZulu-Natal welcomes this new chapter. We understand that political cohesion is not an abstract ideal. It is a practical instrument for service delivery, economic reform, and the implementation of a government medium-term development plan. But turning a corner is meaningful only if we now move forward with agency, discipline, and unity of purpose. For KwaZulu-Natal, the message of the State of the Nation Address is clear. Implementation is now the defining task of leadership. We must lead from the front. We must deliver and deliver effectively. KwaZulu-Natal is not merely another province. It is a strategic economic pillar of South Africa. We are the country's logistics gateway, home to the busiest port of the African continent. We are a manufacturing hub serving regional markets, a province endowed with a fertile agricultural land, globally competitive tourism assets, and a youthful population eager to participate in the economy. Ingakho nje njengohulumeni waKwaZulu-Natal
Why is the government of KwaZulu-Natal I have visited some beneficiaries where one was awarded some money to where
implements babiyelwa 3 kilometers we-plus ngoba KwaZulu-Natal
because we are prioritizing the youth in our programs of improving their lives.
Have delivered job opportunities for the others. The bottleneck which was experienced in the port of Durban was resolved after the introduction of more tugboats and new monster cranes. When KwaZulu-Natal grows, South Africa grows. The President's announcement of expanded public-private partnership in ports and rail, including the modernization of Durban's container terminal, marks a decisive structural reform. This is not incremental change. It is foundational to reshaping our economic outlook. As the government of Provincial Unity, we will move decisively to support this reform agenda. It is imperative that Transnet municipalities, business and labor align their efforts to unblock logistical bottlenecks, accelerate freight rail recovery, and integrate land use planning around strategic logistics corridors. Our objective is clear: to restore Durban to world-class operational efficiency and reposition KwaZulu-Natal as the preferred gateway to South Africa trade.
Sorry, Honourable Speaker, will the outgoing Premier of KZN be prepared to take a question?
Honourable Premier, would you want to take a question?
Because he is outgoing, the list may change. I will answer the question after a decision, not now. The announcement of over 1 trillion in public infrastructure investment over the next 3 years represent a historic opportunity. Already KwaZulu-Natal is a construction site. Our N3, N2 with some of the provincial and local roads are under construction. We are prioritizing the rehabilitation of roads and bridges following flood damage, water and wastewater upgrades across the eThekwini and rural districts, revitalization of industrial parks, renewable energy infrastructure and digital connectivity in township and rural economies is on the agenda. The establishment of the Provincial Investment Office within the Office of the Premier is central to this effort. Our message to investors is unequivocal. KwaZulu-Natal is open for business and government will operate at the speed of opportunity. Honourable members, I agree with my leader of the IFP, Honourable Verenkosini Eshabisa, that the President of our country correctly identified water security as a national crisis, which is indeed a crisis. In KwaZulu-Natal, water insecurity threatens households, agriculture, tourism, and industrial productivity. We therefore fully support the establishment of the National Water Crisis Committee and welcome decisive intervention where municipalities fail to perform. We have seen the good benefits of such interventions, such as the Presidential eThekwini Working Group, which is quite effective. We are working closely with national government to ensure that every rand allocated to water infrastructure results in reliable access to clean water for our communities. Equally so, we confront the challenge of organized crime, including construction extortion and port-related syndicates, which have undermined investment and growth. We welcome the President's firm stance on dismantling a crime network. In KwaZulu-Natal, coordination between the South African Police Service, Metro Police, community safety structures, intelligence structures, and the private sector have been intensified. The outcome of such is that crime stats is showing decrease on quarterly basis in KwaZulu-Natal. My mentor, the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, made a call for the need to protect women and children from GBV plus F. I also welcome the declaration of gender-based violence and femicide as a state of national disaster. Sonke ke thina esingamadoda.
All of us as men must rise up because this GBV issue has become out of control. Women are not
Our
safe.
rural economy remains central to inclusive growth. Tourism remains a key growth lever. We are strengthening safety in tourism nodes, expanding destination markets, and promoting township and cultural tourism. Every visitor sustains livelihoods. Every event stimulates local enterprise. In 2025, we have realized significant increase in both local and international tourists visiting our province. Madam Speaker, Deputy Chair of NCOP, we welcome expanded agricultural finance, strengthened extension services, and the national response to foot and mouth disease. KwaZulu-Natal remains the epicenter of the foot and mouth disease outbreak. This outbreak threatens both commercial and communal farmers. We welcome the decisive intervention committing to a nationwide vaccination drive. This bold, coordinated response signals government's response to safeguard our agricultural sector, protect jobs, and restore confidence in our livestock industry. Honorable Speaker, our greatest asset is our young people. The focus on TVET reform, workplace learning, and expanded employment program speaks directly to our provincial priorities. We are forging a provincial skills compact with the private sector in logistics, energy, construction, and the digital economy. The revelation by State SA that KwaZulu-Natal achieved 54,000 new job opportunities is a record of progress. Fellow South Africans, Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP, KwaZulu-Natal stands ready to move from recovery to accelerated growth, ready to contribute decisively to building a stronger, safer, and more prosperous South Africa. Let us seize this moment with courage, with unity, and with unwavering commitment to our people as we continue to lead KwaZulu-Natal until 2029. Thank you, Deputy National Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. I now call upon the Honorable Minister of Land Reform. Thank you, Honorable Members. Thank you.
House Chairperson, Mr. President, we in the PAC of Azania recall that you have hit the nail on the head when you said in your speech that our strength as a people comes from our natural endowment. The potential to release this strength lies in the unity of the opposites and the ability to hold hands together as African patriots. And you also pointed out many small and medium businesses, particularly those owned by black farmers, women, and young people, still struggle to gain access to the requisite funding, resources, and markets. The role of land redistribution in this context continues to be of critical importance. We are also in full support of your decision to deploy members of the South African National Defence Force to contribute to the fight against crime in parts of Western Cape and Gauteng, and now Eastern Cape, as announced by the Minister of Police. This is a clear message that there will be no surrender to the criminals, and that the fight against crime will continue unabated until this scourge is finally defeated. Mr. President, the legislation we are currently working on, namely the Equitable Access to Land Bill and the Communal Land Tenure and Administration Bill, both of which aim to respond to a major call in our Constitution, also aligns with the President's vision of a state that works for the people. In our specific case, we aim to do this by speeding up the equitable redistribution of land, ensuring its productive use and guaranteed security of tenure. The vision and commitment that we have articulated around the need to invest significantly in infrastructure also accords with this responsibility. Mr. President, the resolution of the issue of communal land tenure is firmly aligned to the call that you have made for a differentiated approach to municipal powers and the need for structured cooperation between municipalities and the institution of traditional leaders. The devastating outbreak of foot and mouth disease is not just an agricultural crisis. It is a rural crisis in a broader sense, as it threatens the livelihoods not only of established commercial farmers, but also and equally significantly those of communal and emergent farmers. It will therefore be critical that our department works closely with the Department of Agriculture to ensure that the most remote communal farmers also gain access to vaccines. Mr. President, your announcement of the allocation of 500 million to Phase 4 of the District 6 construction project is a testament to our country's resolve to redress the past injustice of land dispossession. It would be remiss of us, though, if we were not to re-emphasize the need for more adequate financial support for the restitution program in order to ensure its continuing national impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We now go on to the next speaker, and that is the Honourable Breed.
Dankie, Adjunk, Voorzitter. Mr. President, you spoke at length about municipalities and the critical role that they are supposed to play in the lives of every South African. You announced a 54 billion rand incentive for metro municipalities to reform water, sanitation and electricity services. You spoke about improving service delivery and about consequences for failures, and about ensuring that senior officials are qualified and appointed through an independent process, free from political interference. Now, sir, please forgive me if I do not jump for joy. This is the third SONA debate of this term in which I am participating, and the third time we are hearing this. En as ek dood eerlik moet wees, meneer die president, om nou in 2026 aan te kondig dat munisipaliteite die wet moet gehoorsaam, gekwalifiseerde amptenare moet aangestel word en haar gevolge sal wees indien hulle dit nie doen nie, is buiten dat het voor die hand liggend is, te min, te laat. Last year, after the release of the 2023-24 municipal audit outcomes, the Auditor General made it clear local government remains in a dire state. As of May 2025, 83% of municipalities were violating key financial legislation. Irregular expenditure stood at 87 billion rand, and only 3% of municipal assets are allocated for maintenance. And municipalities collectively owe 55 billion rand to Eskom and 21.2 billion rand to water boards. Akbare President, u sê dat meganismes sal versterk word sodat nasionale regering vinniger kan ingryp daar waar munisipaliteite val. Maar met respek, ons sien nie dat dit tans enigstens werk. In Noordwes is 40% van munisipaliteite reeds onder provinsiale administrasie. En in KwaZulu-Natal en in Vrystaat lyk dinge nie beter nie. Inteendeel, in baie gevalle lyk dit slegter na die ingryping. Gedurende my tyd hier in die NRP het bitter min munisipaliteite gesien wat eintlik onder administrasie uitkom. Ek het
put under administration and got out of it, but I saw lots of them who were placed under administration. I also stay in a metro that was placed under national administration. And Mr. President, if this is a so-called solution for South Africa, then the picture is very, very dark.
Has said for many years, and reports have repeatedly confirmed this, the centralization of power and the forced amalgamation of towns into massive new municipalities does not work. The late Mr. Pravin Gordhan released a Back to Basics report in 2014, and one of the key findings echoes exactly what we have been saying all along. Big, multi-town municipalities fail because service delivery cannot reach the outer limits. Municipalities must be smaller, with fewer towns, and ideally one town per municipality. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. Ons moet net begin implementeer.
We must just start to implement what we have.
Mr. President, we are told to welcome the establishment of the National Water Crisis Committee. Forgive my lack of enthusiasm. Yet another committee, yet another failure we are addressing. I vividly remember the task team set up to deal with the municipal ESCOM debts. The answers were vague, shoulders were shrugged, and accountability was nowhere to be found. But it is a new year, so we can only hope. Adjunk, voorsitter, laat my
PT,
toe om 'n
Chairperson,
oomblik weg
allow
te
me
beweeg van
to move away
munisipaliteite
from
af
municipalities
en na iets te kyk
and to
wat
look
die
at something
ekonomie tans kniehalter
that is now
back
to
in
detriment
close
of the
Dit
economy.
is skandalig
That is foot
dat
and
hierdie
mouth
siekte
disease.
toegelaat is om tot 'n
It's a shame
nasionale
that
ramp
this
te
disease
eskaleer.
escalated so
Boere het
to a
lankal
national
gewaarsku.
disaster.
Spoedige
Farmers
optrede
were warning
is talle
and
maande gelede
you
versoek.
must act
Daar moes
quickly
reeds 'n
and a
multidissiplinêre,
multidisciplinary
gecoördineerde
coordinated
aksieplan
action plan should have
gewees
been in place by now.
Agriculture is one of the most important drivers of our economy. The livestock sector alone contributes over 40% of agricultural output and generated more than 172 billion rand in the 2022 financial year. We cannot afford indecision and delays anymore. Ons het nie mooi praatjies en leefbeloftes nodig nie. Ons het nou aksie
We need
nodig.
action and we need it
Daar moet
now.
daadwerklik opgetree
There must
word
be action
om ons landbou te beskerm,
to
ons
protect
landbouers
our
te ondersteun
agriculture
en die
and
krisis as
support
ware
the
soos 'n
farmers
bul by die horings te
and
pak.
to tackle this
In closing,
crisis.
Deputy Chairperson, I want to remind the House of the words engraved at the entrance of the University of the Free State's Agricultural Faculty that bodes even more true today. 'n Land wat vir sy boere sorg.
A country that
sorg
looks after
vir sy
their
toekoms.
farmers
Ek
will
dank u.
look after its future. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Briet. We now move on to the next speaker, and that is Honourable Swart.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable President, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans, good evening. Last week, the President spoke about a country that is beginning to recover. The question, Mr. President, is whether we can translate economic recovery into lived experience on the ground, into jobs that last, safer streets, working municipalities, and a state that delivers value for every rand that taxpayers contribute. Honourable Speaker, when there's progress, it must be recognized. If we want to rebuild trust in our public institutions and restore confidence in our economy, we must be honest about what is improving and equally honest about what still blocks recovery from reaching ordinary families on the ground. Ons sien, achtbare president,
we see, Honourable President,
geloofwaardige tekens dat
signs
Suid-Afrika
that
se finansiële
South Africa's
posisie besig
financial
is om
position
te stabiliseer.
is busy
Ons sien
stabilizing.
verbeterde vertroue
We see
en 'n meer
better trust
positiewe
and a more
markreaksie
positive
op ons
market
fiskale
reaction on
traject.
our fiscal
Onlangs was
trajectory.
daar berigte dat
We
effekte
see
opbrengste
that there
die
is a
laagste
better,
vlakke
the
in 'n
lowest
dekade
increase
bereik het.
in decades were
In
reached.
eenvoudige terme
In
beteken
easy
dit dat die
terms,
land
it means
teen
that
goedkoper
the country
koerse as
can
voorheen kan leen.
borrow money at
Want
lower
die druk
rates,
op die fiskus
and that
verminder
will take the
en die
pressure off
langtermyn
the fiscus
las
and the
van
long-term
skulddienskoste verlaag.
to the debt
Elke
cost is
rand
being
wat ons
lowered.
aan rente
Every
bestee,
rand that we
is 'n rand
spend
wat
on
ons nie
interest
kan
is a rand
aanwend
that we
om
cannot use
waterstelsels
to
reg te
improve
stel nie,
water systems,
paaie te herstel nie, polisieering te verbeter nie, of 'n
roads, or
infrastruktuur te
policing,
belê
or
nie, wat
infrastructure
werksgeleenthede skep
that
nie,
will
achtbare
create
president.
jobs.
So
Honourable
yes,
President.
Honourable Speaker, there are encouraging indicators, but as members of Parliament, our duty is to ask the harder follow-up questions. Will this recovery be felt in places like Beaufort West, in places in my hometown like Elim, in other rural villages, in townships, and in the struggling towns? Will this be felt by the young person who has sent out 50 CVs and received silence? Will it be felt by the pensioner whose municipal bills keep rising while the taps run dry and streets are unsafe? That is why we want to focus on the economic recovery road in a practical way. The GNU is not just a political arrangement. It is a message to the country that there is an alternative to paralysis and that cooperation can produce stability. In an election year, it is easy for people to retreat into slogans and blame. But South Africans want leaders who can build, leaders who can fix. They want adults at the table who can bring discipline back into the state, restore credibility, and deliver results. One of the important reasons confidence has improved is that there is visible evidence of constructive cooperation in the economic cluster. The working relationship between Deputy Minister Asher Surapan, Deputy Minister David Masondu, and Minister Enoch Barangwana sends a strong signal that fiscal responsibility and reform can be advanced through collaboration, not chaos. That relationship matters because markets, investors, and ordinary citizens respond to stability. Competence and consistency, what we need and what we are beginning to see is more united focus on stabilization, reform, and recovery. However, Honourable Chairperson, we must not confuse stabilization with prosperity. Stabilizing debt and lowering borrowing costs are necessary conditions for recovery, but they are not sufficient, Mr. President. The economy will only recover when growth is stronger enough to absorb our unemployment, when investment flows into productive sectors, and when people can build a life through work, not through survival. Ons benodige ekonomie wat inspanning, talent en entrepreneurskap beloon. Agbare president, ons benodige staat wat belastingbetalers se geld beskerm as dit sy eie begroting is. Ons benodige staatsdiens wat vir die grond van bevoegdheid aanstel, nie op grond van loyaliteit nie. En ons benodige plaaslike regeringsstelsel wat functioneer, wat zonder werkende municipaliteiten blijft nationale economie het
municipalities, the national government suffers. The economy lives where people live. It lives in towns, it lives in wards, and it lives in communities. If a municipality can't supply water or maintain streets and keep the street lights on and manage finances, then investors will withdraw and small businesses will close and the youth loses hope in
This is
South
why
Africa.
we as a DA want to be very firm on corruption, particularly on municipal level. If we are serious about economic recovery in South Africa, corruption must become expensive, Honourable President, not inconvenient, not something that results in a transfer, a suspension on full pay, or a quiet redeployment. It must become expensive. That is the only language that criminals understand. Arrest, prosecutions, convictions, blacklisting, and asset recovery. We must recover stolen funds. We must remove the gatekeepers who treat municipalities like cash machines. We want to see municipal supply chain systems that are transparent and protected from political interference. And we want to see senior officials who are repeatedly involved in irregular expenditure lose their positions, not get promoted. If the GNU is serious about the financial recovery road, it must become a recovery road for integrity too. And linked to corruption is crime. Because crime is not only a safety issue, Mr. President, crime is an economic issue. Crime destroys investment and tourism. It destroys small businesses. It raises the cost of doing business. It turns whole neighborhoods into fear zones. If we want financial recovery to be felt on the ground, then safety must be treated as an economic priority. Mr. President, we cannot claim progress when communities live behind burglar bars and businesses spend their profits on private security instead of expansion. Mr. President, we also must confront the hard political truth if we want growth in this country. The policies that shape our labour market and our investment climate must be modernized. The DA has been clear. BEE is currently designed as failed, and the very people that was meant to be in power. It has to often become a barrier to entry for small entrepreneurs, a tool for connected elites, and a mechanism that rewards ownership deals rather than real participation, real skills, real jobs, and real growth. We want empowerment that expands opportunity for millions, not enrichment for a few. We want the state, Mr. President, to support broad-based participation through better education, skills, and entrepreneurship, and not through policies that shrink the economy and fight over the remaining crumbs.
If we want to see that the real life experience of people has changed, we must move further than the symbolic adherence and focus on this that will really empower people. Schools, skills that's in line with the market, and businesses that must grow, and infrastructure that must work, and a state that is clean and is efficient.
Chairperson, I want to come back to the recovery signals that we're seeing because they give us a window of opportunity. Falling bond yields and cheaper borrowing costs.
Thank you very much, Honourable Swart. Your time has expired. Thank you. The next member to participate is Honourable Deputy Minister of Employment and Labour.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the President of the Republic and the Deputy President. Mr. President, in the State of the Nation address, you have centered the Department of Employment and Labour's mandate to regulate the labour market and drive inclusive growth. It is therefore our singular focus to implement the President's directive to bolster enforcement and prioritize local employment. Inkulumo yakho Mongameli izwelile abantu abaningi bayamukelile bayithakasela ngoba
we had it because you spoke of things that affect the people, and they saw that the President hears their cry and is coming with solutions to resolve their issues. We thank you for that, Honourable President.
Ensuring that economic integration is coupled with decent work, labour mobility, and employment creation. We will therefore ensure the following: fully implement the National Labour Migration Policy, which provides a framework for managing the movement of workers across borders in an orderly and predictable manner. This aim is to balance the attraction of critical skills needed for the industrial growth with the protection of job opportunities for South Africans. This is very critical at the current time in South Africa.
ensure that the businesses produce what it's supposed to. We will work hard as this unit where we will give support to small businesses and big businesses so that they can produce and make to have especially
that deal with the rare minerals, the automotive sector, and agro-processing to strengthen South Africa's industrial base. Mr. President, South Africa is where elizimele.
Independent. South Africa is an independent country. It has mothers and fathers who are proud to be South Africans. We are generations of Oliver Tambo, Lillian Ngoyi, Mama Ruth First, Sisulu, Police Chabane, Pravin Gordhan, Moses Mabhida, Winnie Mandela, and others. They taught us that the freedom that we got is freedom that we fought for, and some people were arrested. We are in the struggle of relieving the people of South Africa. Therefore, the principles that we put should be able to take care of our borders.
The rights of South Africans and all who are within our borders. We therefore owe it to them to ensure that we prevent a race to the bottom on all measures. We can't afford to do that. My President, investment that UIF entrusted to PIC were valued at 170 billion rand at the 31 March of 2025. As at 5 February 2026, these investments have grown by 32 billion rands to 202 billion rands, President. In less than a year, this is massive, President, and this is happening under your leadership, not the decade that others are saying 8 years, the decade. 8 years is not a decade. You must know that decade is 10 years. This shows us a good performance of mainly JSE-listed companies. This is good. This is good news for the economy. 1965, at the founding of African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde, Amilcar Cabral in the party directive made the famous quote, "Tell no lies, claim no easy victory," and we are not going to do that. We are not intending to do that, President. President, you spoke at length when you were delivering the SONA. You made a groundbreaking announcement since 1994 of 10,000 inspectors that are going to be employed in the Department of Employment and Labor. It has never been done since 1994, and it's done by you, President. We are going to ensure as the department the strategic use of President's announcement of 10,000 additional labor inspectors. The additional capacity will assist in improving 300,000 workplace visits annually to about 1.6 million inspections, President. This is how far your intervention is going to go. But further to that, over 16.8 million people in the country will have their work environments and employment conditions improved. We'll also improve on the 150 million that is recovered annually in the form of penalties, fines, underpayments, and failure to register workers for social protection. Annually, currently, the department is able to return over 70 million rands directly to exploited workers back to their pockets from recovered illegal deductions and underpayment. This is really funds that average between 5,000 and 10,000. We are therefore working hard to ensure that the 10,000 inspectors are on the ground without delay, as it will increase the department's reach from the current 2,300 inspectors to 10,000 inspectors, which will make 12,300 inspectors. But maybe in passing, we must say it, one day as this House will have to answer to a crime that we are committing. Allowing ourselves to be abused by the cult, allow the cult to sit amongst us and allow them to abuse us day in, day out to hours. I think it's wrong and we shouldn't allow that. Others come here, they are claiming that they are going to win elections, but they have very, very disturbing concepts where they want us to vote using drums, nemgomo, and everything. What is that?
What kind of leadership is that? Then you start to understand the challenges that you are faced with as the country. But I want to say to Honorable Zungula, the ANC doesn't hate black people. It's the very same ANC that has built houses, that has given black South Africans electricity, that have built roads, that have built houses for them, that has given them water, giving young people who are going to tertiary institutions NSFAS for free. They start from the basic education up until tertiary education without paying a cent.
Thank you, Honourable
That is a
Member.
black
Your
child
time
that
has
is benefiting through this president and
Thank
the
you.
African National Congress. Thank you very much,
Honourable
Sabo.
Member. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Honourable Reddy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The rules are very clear that speakers must not mislead the House. The ANC has not given water, it's taking away water.
Thank you very much. That's a debatable point. I now call upon the next Honourable Member, and that is the Honourable Slamini.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Allow me to stand on the protocol already established by the speakers who came before me. Honorable President, the State of the Nation address you delivered a few days ago was not an ordinary address. It was a resounding account that echoes a message of optimism and renewed hope in our economic trajectory in the context of volatile global economic climate. South Africa stands at the dawn of a new era because of the decisive interventions that place the economy on a path of recovery despite multiple external pressures, shocks and setbacks. Honorable President, as you note emphatically that our economy is growing again, and this growth is gathering pace. To support this assertion, the SONA highlights the key indicators of sustained growth, stability, and recovery. In terms of the economic outlook, international bodies, not least the International Monetary Fund, increased its focus for South Africa for 1.2% to 1.4% for 2026. And this trend is set to increase in 2027. These are the economic figures and the reality that the country is facing. The World Bank also issued an improved 2026 projection of South Africa gross domestic growth by 0.3% points to 1.4% and to 1.5% next year. President, kuyaqhuzwa, kuyasetshenzwa.
We are moving forward.
These
We are working.
hard reality economic facts and figures, not fictions. Yes, this is remarkable, but it is by no means adequate to significantly tackle poverty, unemployment, and inequality. However, we must build on the momentum to take our economy and our country to the greater heights. Under your leadership, President Cyril Ramaphosa, this is possible. Bommele bontate, bahlomphehi ba rona matona, le batlatsa matona ba sebetsang le Ntate Ramaphosa, re a le bona, mesebetsi e a bonahala.
We see your performance, it is clear.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the objective of speeding up economic transformation, inclusive growth and job creation remains a fundamental strategic imperative of the African National Congress, as clearly outlined and articulated in the January 8th statement of this year. This strategic imperative is aligned with the key priorities contained in the Medium-Term Development Plan, which elevates inclusive economic growth and job creation. The main drivers of sustainable economic growth include a vibrant, productive industrial base. Therefore, the investments in the manufacturing value chain remain an integral part of the accelerating economic development. Emphasis is firmly placed on reindustrialization, aggressive infrastructure investment, energy security, and localization. These are the hallmarks of the economic recovery, which has been meticulously driven by His Excellency Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa and His Excellency Deputy President Paul Mashatile. Our country is indeed on a path of recovery, and the days of economic stagnation due to major bindings, constraints in energy and logistics, as well as low investor confidence, are ascending. Major improvements in the electricity supply and logistics, such as Transnet as a state-owned entity, are expected to support industrial production as a backbone of economic growth. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the approach to boosting local industrial base is driven through the localization initiative, which is anchored on a sectoral master plan in targeted sectors such as automotive, steel, chemical, agro-industry, and green technologies. According to the MTDP, the review report, notable progress has been made through sector master plan as follows. 1, 44.2 billion investment secured between April and September 2025. 2, a pipeline of 15 battery mineral projects valued at 40 billion rand. 3, a 4.2 billion BMW investment linked to plan in hybrid electrical vehicle production. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, as the ANC is a fact and a reality that we inherited a country that was deliberately segregated socially, economically, and spatially. The fundamental task of eliminating the core and peripheral distortion requires deliberate and careful planning as a way to ensure geographically balanced economy activity. To this end, the objective remains leveraging special economic zones as a catalyst of investment, utilizing the new model derived from the spatial industrial development strategy. And indeed, President, we can confirm that the economic zones such as Kucha, Dube, Tradeport, and Tshwane Automotive SEZ have created approximately 27,000 direct jobs focusing on manufacturing, automotive, and logistics. Yes, indeed, these figures are not enough because of unemployment that is very high in our country. But this is the work in progress. And these figures suggest to say, Honorable President and your cabinet, you are really to account to the people of South Africa, and we are happy as the ANC with that accountability.
Was this your perfect wedding?
In terms of supporting tourism sector, we must highlight that the tourism performance continue to demonstrate resilience and versatility. 7.6 million international arrivals recorded between January and September 2025. Hotel occupancy reached 52.6%, surpassing the pre-COVID levels. The electronic travel authorization system was also launched. High five to the Department of Tourism led by President Cyril Ramaphosa. The crown these achievements is your speech, Honorable President. You highlighted a further milestone when you recognize that our tourism sector made history last year recording the arrival of 10.5 million visitors. These are the figures that also translate the work in progress. Ilennete mohlomphehi Ramaphosa le kabinete ya hao. Terene ena ya Romana ya tsamaya. Ha e ka ba ya tloha e eme from 2018. Le ha jwale e santse e tsamaya. Tshwara jwalo ntate Ramaphosa le kabinete ya hao re a di bona. In conclusion, Honorable President, I wish to reaffirm your statement that yes, we have indeed turned a corner. Now we must look ahead and move with speed. Certainly our economic prospects are less gloomy as it was the case in previous years. And now we are on the path of recovery. Forward ever, backwards never. Hai le ditsebe ntate Ramaphosa tsona o na le tsona tse mamelang. Hai le mahlo ona o na le ona a bonang. Ha se mahlo a hao fela ke mahlo a kabinete eo e kgethileng. Mme re a leboha ka matona o re fileng ona re tlo tswela pele dikomiting tsa parlamente. Re ntse re le bitsa re tlo le hold accountable so that batho ba Afrika Borwa ba kgone ho bona hore mesebetsi yona e etsahala diphethoho di ya tla maphelong a bona. Re le African National Congress re motlotlo haholo ka di-partners tsohle tsa GNU le ba kantle ho GNU hoba ha ile se ka bona ba ntse ba re hweletsa ne re ke ra tisa jwale re tlo tisa ho feta ha ba ntse ba re hweletsa mme re a leboha ba nne ba re hweletse amandla.
Where is your husband? Perfect wedding.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The next Honourable Member to participate is Honourable Dr. Malatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the President and the Deputy President. Greetings to the former President. Otto, Ma Africa. Otto, Africans. The 2026 State of the Nation address delivered by the President continue along the same economic path adopted since 2019. These so-called structural reforms, supported by institutions such as the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation Development. They promote liberalization and greater private sector involvement in public infrastructure. In simple terms, this means opening key public sectors, electricity, railway, ports, and water, to private profit-making interests. Through programs like Operation Vulindlela, government is advancing reform that shift the state away from direct control towards regulating private capital. But the question we must ask is very simple. Who benefits? Between 2015 and 2024, our economy grew at less than 1% per year. Expanded unemployment stand at over 42%. Between 10 to 12 million South Africans without work. Inequality remains extreme. Yet policy directions continue to favor private accumulation. While the share of national income is going to workers' decline, we cannot regulate our way out of poverty while opening strategic infrastructure to profit-driven interest. On crime, the President rightly acknowledged its seriousness and supported the deployment of military to assist the police as advised by the UAT. However, crime is not just a policing issue. It is rooted in unemployment, inequality, and economic exclusion. Without addressing structural drivers of poverty, crime will persist. It is also surprising that the President speaks strongly about corruption and crime prevention,
without directly addressing the unresolved concerns surrounding Palapalasaka. When a head of state calls for accountability, transparency must begin at the highest office. Public trust cannot be rebuilt selectively. Ethical leadership requires openness and full disclosure of what have been raised serious national and international concern. South Africa cannot continue stagnation, deindustrialization, and austerity while hoping for different results. The vision of the Freedom Charter, public ownership on monopoly industry for the benefit of the people, remain relevant today. Strategic sector must serve the national development, not private enrichment. We need strong development state, capable public institution, industrialization, ownership and control of the land, quality education, accessible to healthcare, and real accountability.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next person to participate in this debate is Honorable Mslongo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I'd like for us to wait for the President because I do have some direct words for him and I don't want him to miss those words.
No, Honorable Member, we cannot wait. You have your time. Please speak.
Okay, please tell
your father that he's speaking a fairy tale. This is from Gwamash. Now he's speaking a fairy tale. As I stand here, I'm not here to talk about unemployment, but you are employing people. Which people are employing? You are leading people with fear. You are intimidating them. If they don't do as you please, you will take everything from them.
Yes. The ANC
is ruling
dependency syndrome.
By dependency syndrome. A syndrome that's killing our country. Our people are not being raised properly. They are not empowered. This is a fairy tale. Let's talk about
foreign nationals.
Over
3,240 jobs occupied by foreign nationals. Education. Yet the GNU
says it prioritizes South Africans. 3,240 families are unemployed because of you. But you say that you are growing the economy. This is a fairy tale. Let's talk about the elderly. The elderly who raised us. All of you here were raised by the elderly. They are buying medication, they are buying food, they are paying for electricity. But you give them 2,200. That's a fairy tale. As the MK will say, they should be getting 5,540. President, you said there's 40 trillion for the economy of minerals. We will take money from there. We are ready to fetch soldiers. Don't tell us a fairy tale. You said you care about schools. Did you go to Gwamash special school? Did you see that 50% of the children they don't attend school with infrastructure? Then you're telling us a fairy tale. Our sisters are getting bed on the floor on hospitals in the Eastern Cape and Western Cape. You are telling us a fairy tale. Your time has expired. It's time you lose power. The economy is coming back to a black person. No black person on the Western Cape. They are using drop hole toilets in the Eastern Cape. Our people are being associated with fascists in the Eastern Cape. They are saying that you have civilization by using fascists. Our own people are sleeping with fascists. They are eating fascists. What is this? Is that ruling us? There's a fairy tale. We say, Honorable President Zuma, you are a hero. You stood up, you saw the gap, and you closed it. I say, Honorable Zuma, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable
Just
Member.
erase black people of Western Cape.
I call upon the next member to participate in this debate, the Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Your Excellencies President Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, Honorable members, fellow South Africans.
As the President said, South Africa stands at a defining point of economic renewal. There's been 4 consecutive quarters of economic growth, lowest unemployment figure in 5 years, and inflation at its lowest in the last 20 years. Our country is demonstrating that deliberate policy action produces tangible results. Comrade President, it was our founding father of our democracy, Nelson Mandela, who reminded us that after climbing a great hill, one only finds there are many more hills to climb. The State of the Nation address presented by the President last week was such a moment. It was a time to pause and reflect on the road traveled since 2018, when President Ramaphosa took office, to appreciate the achievements that had made, which at some point seemed impossible, and to confront with honesty and resolve the hills that still lie ahead. The successes outlined in the SONA were not accidents of history. Honorable Steenhuisen, we must also tell no lies and claim no easy victories. These successes reported by the President predate the GNU, and they are the result of deliberate action by the latter part of the 5th, 6th, and now 7th administration to reverse decline, restore institutions, and once again relay the foundations for inclusive growth. Today, South Africa stands on firmer ground than it did a few years ago. Yet, as Madiba warned us, we dare not linger. The question before us is how to sustain this economic growth to ensure it reaches every corner of our nation. Millions of our people still live with poverty, unemployment, and inequality. For them, the promise of democracy must be felt not in speeches, but in daily lives. So, Comrade President, therefore, you dare not linger. The long walk has not ended. We must position technology, the digital economy, and digital infrastructure investment as the primary drivers of inclusive and equitable economic growth. The urgency of implementation cannot be overstated. We have seen in word and in deed what focused reform and decisive leadership can achieve. The African National Congress acknowledges and welcomes real progress. High demand auction spectrum that raised 14.4 billion rand. Last year, Telkom generated more than 500 million to the fiscal in dividends. Mobile data prices have declined by over 50% between 2019 and 2023, easing costs for working families. 4G coverage now reaches over 98% of the population, and 5G is expanding. Thousands of public facilities, schools, clinics, government offices are connected through the SA Connect broadband program. These offer, Honorable Reddy, real solutions to unemployment, not the MK type of sending poor young children to be killed in the killing fields of Ukraine and calling it job creation. More than 50 data centers have been built and 50 billion in digital infrastructure strengthened. We support the commitment to fully digitize government services. We commend the work done by former Minister of Home Affairs, Honorable Mtswaledi, to roll out digital reforms at Home Affairs, including digital ID, as well as initiatives such as proposed in Operation Vulindlela's Digital Transformation Roadmap and CETA's My Mzansi apps. These are not mere technical upgrades. They are instruments of dignity, efficiency, and economic participation. Parliament has also, through rigorous oversight, pushed regulatory reforms that ensure that data does not expire, but rather mandate rollover of unused data bundles. This is a victory that this Parliament fully owns, aligned with the call that data must fall and a tangible intervention in the cost of living. SONA underscored the transformative role of artificial intelligence and data analytics in strengthening governance, improving service delivery, and combating illicit economic activity. We must move with urgency. The global AI race is accelerating, and South Africa must be a rule maker, not a real taker. Our greatest risk is not a lack of vision, it's fragmentation. We must move beyond scattered initiatives towards a single coherent national digital strategy. Madam Speaker, South Africa has chosen the path of a developmental state. That's a state that does not retreat from the economy, but actively shapes it in the public interest. No nation has ever built a successful digital economy by abandoning its strategic capabilities. Countries that lead in connectivity do so through deliberate alignment between the state and industry. So South Africa, like China, must show the same resolve in strengthening our state-owned entities in the space. Our state-owned entities such as Telkom, Centec, Broadband, and Fraco are not relics. They are instruments of transformation. With proper governance, adequate and committed investment, they can advance broad-based economic empowerment, affordable connectivity, and support national data sovereignty and local innovation. These companies must be at the center of our country's digital industrial policy. This we must do by building and owning sovereign technology, whether it is satellites or strengthening local cloud and hosting capacity. We must protect people and their data, deal with online harms, including cyberbullying, the invasion of deepfakes, misinformation, and disinformation. We must introduce fair taxation of digital multinationals and regulate social and online media, including podcasts. This is not about ideology, it's about equity. Honorable Mulder, the African National Congress will not retreat on BBBE, NHI, or land expropriation under the law. When we speak about equity, we do not speak about sameness, we speak of justice. Equality assumes that all begin from the same starting line, while equity recognizes the deep structural imbalances created by centuries of colonial oppression and apartheid oppression. So for you to call for equal treatment in a profoundly unequal society is to ignore history and deny lived reality. We do not seek benevolence from any group, nor do we seek permission to govern or succeed. The democratic mandate on this country rests with its people as a whole. The Freedom Front Plus, by its own posture and policy positions, continues to foreground the protection of historic privilege rather than dismantling structural inequality. One cannot credibly invoke unity while resisting the symbolic and material steps that this government is taking to build national shared unity. The rejection of the renaming of Grafrinet in honor of Robert
Sangoni. Your time has
illustrates
expired.
resistance. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. The next member to participate is Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable President, Deputy President, former President Jacob Zuma, the tone set by President in the State of the Nation address is an honest tone, reflection of where we are as a country. There are real green shoots. Amongst others, our country is being removed from the grey list of the Financial Action Task Force. We have moved beyond the era of debilitating load shedding. That progress did not happen by accident. It required focus, reform, and collaboration between government and the private sector. As the government of national unity, we must take collective credit for the progress that we've made. Equally, we must take collective responsibility where challenges remain. That is the balance that will build trust in our country. While we are seeing an uptick in economic growth, job creation remains our most urgent task. It is the first priority of the GNU to drive inclusive growth and create jobs. That responsibility rests not only with government, but with business, labor, and every sector of our society. We therefore welcome the announcement that the SRD grant will be redesigned to move effectively to support livelihoods, skills development, work opportunities, and productive activity. This evolution is important. However, social protection must go hand in hand with reducing the cost of living. It's not enough to provide support if the rising cost erodes its value. In South Africa, we do not have a shortage of food. We have a problem of access and affordability. The cost of basic goods remains too high for too many households. When we speak of economic reform, we must also speak of ensuring that each rand stretches further and that more South Africans go to bed with food on their table. Mr. President, as a former mayor that was leading a city on drought, we welcome the newly established task team
But the center of the role of responsibilities must be municipalities and provinces. Local government is responsible for water reticulation, and it understands the realities of infrastructure of the ground. Between 30 to 40% of our potable water is lost through pipe leaks. However, Mr. President, within this challenge lies an opportunity to employ and train young people to detect and repair water leaks in our communities, an opportunity to strengthen municipal systems, build technical skills now that serve communities long into the future. But let me end with a positive note. To the people of South Africa, Mzansi, I want to say thank you, Nkosi kakhulu.
Thank you very much.
Your warmth and hospitality define how the world experiences our country. The record 10.5 million international arrivals we achieved is no coincidence also. It is the result of deliberate work by government, the private sector, and by ordinary South Africans who welcome visitors to our country with pride. That spirit
Thank you very
of
much,
partnership
Honourable Minister.
is what
Your
will
time
carry
has
us
expired.
forward in the future. I
Thank you. The next honourable member to participate is Honourable Pili.
Deputy Chair, Mr. President, Honourable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members and fellow South Africans. Mr. President, on the 19th of July 2024, I stood in this House to respond to your first State of the Nation address after the formation of the Government of National Unity. For the first time in our democratic history, Cabinet was not made up of one party alone. It included leaders from across the political spectrum, including my party, the Democratic Alliance. That moment represented something new. It represented maturity, accountability, and above all, it represented hope. In that address, Mr. President, you made commitments on behalf of the Government of National Unity. You said, and I quote, that to tackle crime and corruption, we must have a capable, sophisticated, and independent law enforcement agencies that can fix complex and organized crime. You said your government will deploy modern technology in crime fighting. You said a data-driven approach would identify violent crime hotspots and guide the allocation of policing resources. You said specialized police units would tackle illegal mining, gang violence, cash and transit heist, and the construction mafia, unquote. Mr. President, the reality today is that these commitments have not materialized at ground level. There is no visible modern technological transformation in our police stations. The body-worn cameras that were meant to be rolled out in April 2024 remain a promise on paper. Former Minister Begitele promised them, but he failed to deliver. Minister Mtunu did the same, promised this parliament that body-worn cameras were coming, but again he failed. Meanwhile, good policemen and women are being killed in the line of duty, including suspects. In KwaZulu-Natal alone, an average of 8 suspects are being killed by the police every week. The situation is volatile, dangerous, and unsustainable. There is no meaningful data-driven policing that communities can see on the ground. Instead, what we are seeing, Mr. President, is depletion. And this is not theory. This is oversight. Just 2 weeks ago, Mr. President, I encountered 4 members of the South African Police Service Tactical Response Team from Pinetown Police Station at an air conditioning workshop. I asked them what they were doing there. They told me that they were collecting codes to fix a broken air conditioner in their police vehicle. Mr. President, these were tactical officers meant to be fighting organized crime. Instead of
being deployed in hotspots. They were driving around collecting repair codes to send to Pretoria. That is governance failure, Mr. President. Mr. President, the time is now to expand policing powers to competent local and provincial governments within constitutional bounds. This is the only real long-term solution to the problem, Mr. President. And this view is supported by the South African Police Service in KwaZulu-Natal. At a recent oversight meeting with the state leadership and the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant Konazi, were informed that the police were severely undercapacitated. He cited among some of the things that there were insufficient police vehicles, that there were shortages of officers. He said there were about 20,000 officers in the province to keep safe about 12 million people in the province. He said that there were stations that were not operating for 24 hours. There were shortages of bulletproof vests. There were outdated ICT systems. And more importantly, there were also insufficient two-way radios. Mr. President, honorable members, these are not sudden problems. These are systemic failures that developed over years because of neglect, poor management, and political protection of incompetence. These failures, Mr. President, were preventable. At another oversight engagement in Simonstown with the NCOP Select Committee on Security and Justice, we heard the Chief of the South African Navy, Admiral Monde Lubisi, speak openly about years of underfunding that have brought our Navy close to collapse. It was uncomfortable. It was embarrassing to hear that we have reached a point where we struggle to patrol our own waters. Instead of confronting that reality publicly, the meeting, Mr. President, was abruptly converted into a closed session. But Lubisi was not embarrassing the country. He was crying for help. He believed Parliament was his refuge. We must not wait for good public servants to go public, Mr. President, before we act. We must not respond with another commission. We must respond with action immediately when these things come up. Recently, at the South African Defence Force headquarters in Bloemfontein, again, senior generals detailed the consequences of the continuous defunding of our army. They spoke about domestic operational strain. They spoke about the pressure on our troops deployed in the DRC. They spoke about the logistical shortfalls. And now we hear of deploying the same defense force to support SAPS in gang-ridden areas. Mr. President, the DA supports this call. The DA has long called for decisive action against gangs, and this intervention is welcomed. But, Mr. President, how do we deploy a force that itself is limping? How do we deploy an army that has been systematically weakened? Mr. President, this is not a sudden crisis. It is a result of executive failure. It is a result of years of shielding underperforming ministers. It is a result of a culture where accountability was postponed. We're launching criminal justice reform initiatives in the presidency before reverting SAPS leadership, before recruiting additional officers, before deploying the South African Defence Force. Mr. President, we acknowledge that many of these failures are man-made. Do you acknowledge that they stem from political appointments and executive inaction? Are you prepared to say to South Africans, we failed? We failed to act sooner. We protected the wrong people. We allowed decline. Mr. President, I'm afraid South Africans do not want more task teams. They want consequences. They want ministers removed when they fail. They want political accountability, not golden handshakes. They want competence rewarded and incompetence dismissed. Let me say this clearly, Mr. President. The DA ministers serving in the GNU are working. They are stabilizing portfolios. They are restoring governance. They are correcting years of neglect. They are proving that accountability and delivery can coexist. The GNU will only succeed if accountability is applied equally, not selectively, not politically. And if you are serious about the criminal justice reform, Mr. President, reform must begin at the executive level. If you are serious about fighting corruption, those implicated must not be recycled. If you are serious about restoring public trust, there must be visible consequences. South Africans are tired of promises. They are tired of commissions that lead nowhere. They are tired of being told that reform is coming. They want to feel safe. They want police that are equipped. They want soldiers who are supported. They want a justice system that convicts criminals. Above all, Mr. President, they want a leadership that takes responsibility and that is decisive.
Thank you very
This
much,
new
Honourable
chapter in our
Member. Your
democracy
time has
demands
expired.
courage. Thank you.
Thank you. The next Honourable Member is Honourable Mikalakis.
Deputy Chairperson, Mr. President, before I start my speech, may I remark on what a smart blue tie you were wearing on Thursday night. And yours was properly made, unlike the leaders of some popcorn parties' ties. Whether deliberately or not, Mr. President, that tie reflected the highlights of your speech. From the news that the economy is growing under the GNU as opposed to years of decline, to the best matric pass rate under Minister Kwarube, the state property company that we're looking forward to taking shape under Minister McPherson, the innovation in digitization of personal documents like IDs, driver's licenses, matric certificates under Ministers Schreiber and Malatsi, and the declaration of a state of disaster for foot and mouth disease, as Minister Steenhuisen called for in January, but also the more than 10,000 extension officers to support farmers. This year marks the year of a municipal election, where water will be a central theme. It's funny, Mr. President, that you told the one minister who lives to dress up for Sona that she should rather be in Gauteng to sort out the water. Despite this, for the Premier there, to paraphrase my colleague Honourable Burke, the penny must still drop. For him, the solution to the water crisis is to shower at a hotel. May he be rewarded with a golden shower at the ballot box for such a stupid comment, because it is clearly only at the ballot box where solutions can be found. The Premier should not apologize for not being here. He should apologize for his blatant arrogance towards the people of Gauteng. Then there's the official opposition, a party that summonses a chief whip from the NCOP because the handful of members on the NA benches who have not yet been tried are clearly not trusted. I think it is safe to say that the chief whip of the opposition will never be ready or able. Seeing as though the MK and the EFF are so keen on acknowledging the convicts in the gallery, may I send my regards. Maybe we should ask them to stand again so that the police can see them clearly. At least the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture served his full term. Mr. Malema has suddenly become very passionate about water provision. How are the communities affected by the Giyani water project doing, Honourable Malema? Are their taps still dry? Did you not benefit from the looting of that project? The MK, the EFF, the BA, UDM, Al-Jamar, RISE, Good, UAT, Action SA, the ACDP, BOSA and the NCC have not had a single leadership change ever. They are built around single personalities, often without personality, with sidekicks or those that the DA did not want anymore. I'm surprised the EFF let me finish my sentence. I only wonder if their leader will finish his sentence. As for Honourable Trollip, speaking of despotic regimes, I want to remind him of his own party's culture of internal elections and democracy. When you do one day have that conference to elect someone slightly more stable, less xenophobic, we hope you will realize that votes are not the same as likes on X. You cannot buy them. But, Mr. President, our focus should not be on the opposition. They are essentially a waste of time and offer no alternative. Our focus should be to deliver better lives for South Africans than they had for the last 30 years of democracy. Therefore, I think it was fitting that you started your speech with the economic wins of these past 2 years since the coalition replaced ANC majority rule. A decline in inflation, a stronger rand, stabilizing government debt, a stronger JSE, the prospects of a growing economy. But, Mr. President, an economy shackled by BEE and cadre deployment is not going to reach the 3% growth that you dream of, sir. 35.8% of black South Africans are unemployed. Almost 30 million black South Africans are living in poverty. Yet 1 trillion rand was shifted to fewer than 100 people since 1994 through BEE. These are the facts. One thing I hope we can agree on is that this is not acceptable. And that if there is an alternative on the table that will offer the 30 million black South Africans an opportunity into work without having to label people according to their race, like the apartheid government did, why would we not at least
Member,
explore
can you
it?
take your seat? I see your hand. Honorable Nzimande.
No, thanks, Deputy Slalo. Cela umkhuze lo wakhafulwa ulwandle ukuthi in terms of Rule 63 akayeke ukuthi i-ex-convict iya-recognize iyakwenza cela umkhuze.
Sorry, Honorable Slavini, that's not a rule that you can stand on. Thank you very much.
But it's not an incoming
Thank you. Thank you, House Chairperson. The rules also say that you need to actually raise the point of order when it occurs. No wonder they have to import chief whips. Because without truly relieving the economy of what holds us back, Mr. President, your SONA speech will be like a water tap in Johannesburg. One looks at it and one has hopes, only to be met by dololo actual delivery. Mr. President, I do hope that this year will be a continuation of the growth path that the country has now taken. But I also hope that it will be the beginning of us taking unemployment seriously and getting rid of bad policies that are holding the economy back, so that we can truly address the injustices of the past and create an open society with opportunities for everyone who live in it. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now go and sort out your Uber
I'll
Eats
call upon
delinquent.
the Honorable Minister of Higher Education and Training.
Honorable President, it's been a minute, and the last time I was here, there were 19 young people who were stuck in Ukraine, and because of your leadership, they are coming back home. And whilst we're at it, President, I want to congratulate the Honorable Desmond Royen, whom I once played tennis with. And the last time the former President Zuma gave him a task as Minister of Finance, it was merely a weekend special, then followed by a brief one-night stand as MK party chief whip.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Although your opposition
Honorable Members, let's not drown the Speaker.
is about as unreliable as your backhand.
Honorable Minister, can you take your seat? I see a hand. Honorable Minister, take your seat, please. I see a hand. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to find out as to whether the Minister can take the question. Lenas are not registered. Lenas did not eat, and as far as has got issues.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, would you take a
That's
question?
what I wanted to ask.
Would you take a question?
So although your opposition, Honorable Van Rooyen, politics is about as unreliable as your backhand in tennis, they're still better than those of Honorable Judge Hlophe, and long may your opening for the debate of the MK party last long. But also the last time I spoke here, President, Minister Steenhuisen...
Honorable Minister, can you take your seat? I see another hand.
Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure what language this minister is using. He's speaking with a twang.
No, let's hear what
He
What's
needs
your
to
comment?
be clear so we
Are
can
you
understand.
speaking with a
I
twang?
can't pick up his dragging. Please stop the dragging.
You speaking
Sorry,
with a twang.
sorry, Honorable Minister, please continue.
Well, you can't pick up anything. You can't pick up anything politics or intelligent anyway. So you're saving yourself. And so I was saying that Honorable John, Minister Steenhuisen was simply Honorable John Steenhuisen, cooking for himself delicious, healthy meals and minding his own business.
Honorable Minister, can
And
you
today he's
take
been
your seat,
useful
please? I
running
see another
around the
hand.
country dealing with
Honorable
foot
Minister.
and mouth disease.
Honorable Minister, can you take your seat? I see another hand. Yes, Honorable Member.
Ngikuthokoze mgcinisihlalo ngikuthokoza kwamavuma ukuthi udeputy or uminister lo okhona sekanguminister ezangakakami la akayokama ngoba into ayikhuluma nje ayisirehe.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Please continue.
It looks like it's going to be a long night. But as I said, that, and I agree with Minister Steenhuisen, that with all the things that have been happening in our country, we cannot afford complacency. And that through the leadership of the ANC in the GNU, and to quote an old friend of mine, I can see Honorable John Steenhuisen, that you are cruising very nicely. You may claim the easy victories, which Honorable Hill Bill here came to reject, but we will allow that, as long as you do not season them or pepper them with lies, because for us, the GNU is not about ministers competing, but about submitting to the collective responsibility of government. This is your government too. And unlike the Freedom Front and some from your bench, Honorable Steenhuisen, who keep one foot in the GNU and another ready to skip when things get difficult, you are within your rights to claim its victories. This is the nature of politics in South Africa. It's fluid, it's dramatic, but it's also occasionally, if you listen to the Honorable Leader of the EFF, who seem uncertain whether he wants to kiss the president or to kill the president. Politics can be very confusing. What must not be confusing, however, is the difference between noise and work, between performance and governance, between slogans and solutions, and between sophistication and action. Action, coordination, and delivery. Let me begin where the pain is real and immediate. On the evening of the State of the Nation address, I left the chamber not to rush to television studios or to issue press statements, but to meet students from CPUT who were protesting outside Parliament about the quality of their accommodation. They were anxious, angry, exhausted, but also very uncertain. And working together with the police, student leaders, and university management, were informed that the last of those students will walk into better beds tomorrow. We've also been in contact this morning with vice chancellors of UCT and DUT, who have committed that the protests that are happening on their campuses, which are very peaceful, I must say, will be concluded as soon as possible. Our department, together with students' organizations, vice chancellors and college principals, are working around the clock to ensure that no student is left behind. So when some ask, where is government? The answer is simple. Sometimes government is not on social media, Honorable Lonzi. Sometimes government is in the corridor at midnight fixing problems. Student accommodation remains one of the most urgent challenges in the post-school system. We face a shortfall of 200,000 beds, and we will not resolve this challenge only with bricks and mortar. And that's why we're expanding access through a combination of fiscal infrastructure and digital expansion. Many universities are already rolling out digital and blended programs, and this work must accelerate, and similarly plans are afoot to digitize CET and TVET curricula through the national online system so that we can meet the demand of our success in the grade 12 cohort. At the same time, CET and TVET curricula through the national online system so that we can meet the demand of our success in the grade 12 cohort. At the same time, we must significantly improve the quality of distance education, particularly at UNISA, whose more than 350,000 students are the backbone of our post-school education and training system. Our universities are under pressure, but we're working hard to ensure that we resolve this crisis. But also your instruction, President, that we must build specialized universities, including, of course, the much spoken about University of Ekurhuleni, whom we will ensure that we accelerate. Your instruction also around the transformation that needs to happen as it regards to sector education and training authorities will be taken forward, and we will work with NEDLAC to ensure that your instruction that 40% of mandatory grant to employers will be fast-tracked. And similarly, your instruction on TVET colleges remains unambiguous. Occupational trades leading to employment, modern workshops in partnerships with industry, quality lecturers, and effective workplace integrated learning must define the future of TVETs. We will mobilize all resources, partnerships, and energy towards full implementation of the dual system, President, that we instructed about. As Clement of Alexandria observed, Honorable Des van Rooyen, sophistry is a powerful art that makes false opinion appear true only in words. When rhetoric is not guided by philosophy or action, it becomes dangerous to all. And yours, Honorable van Rooyen, is dangerous sophistry. Discrediting the President's intent while opposing the practical step taken to realize it without solution is sophistry. Sophistry is declaring that your party has readiness to govern while failing to govern itself. How does a party without a constitution propose to govern a constitutional democracy? Sophistry. With MPs coming in and out weekly, and with Parliament constantly introducing itself to new MK party members, how is stability assured? As a party where relatives substitute for one another like royalty, and where Nkandla ensures the batteries to the remote control are always fully charged. And I can see there was a shaky connection between Nkandla and here. The former president decided to come here. MK, whether they are pushing the line that he wants or not.
To guard MK, to make sure that they are pushing the line.
When you cannot even be a credible opposition. President, coordination is not incompetence. You've been accused that you are planning. You've been accused.
Honourable Minister, can you take your seat?
You've been accused of all of these things. But the important thing is that we have seen this work. We've seen it work.
Honourable Minister, take your seat. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I inquire if the Minister can take a question, because he's just talking fairy tales.
Honourable Minister, would you take a question?
No. No, you can give the question to Honourable Manye before he moves over to the EFF or to ATM.
Honourable Minister, I see another hand. Could you take your seat?
Traveling quite a lot.
Honourable Minister, I see another hand. Could you take your seat, please?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Minister is so busy reading that speech.
No,
he's making
ask what you want to ask, please.
No, I'm not asking a question. His point about Nkandla has got nothing to do with
No, you can raise that in your debate. That is a debatable point, Honourable Reddy. You can raise that when your member gets a chance tomorrow to speak. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you.
Sorry, Honourable Minister, there's another hand. Could you take your seat, please?
Greetings with due respect. The Minister standing in front, we think all of us in South Africa, we know that GNA,
This is frivolous. Point of order. No,
because the votes of MK party were stolen.
You are out of order.
They are thieves.
Honourable Minister, please
We
continue.
see people of grants, they have started.
I think they're still hungover and preparing for the loss they're going to suffer at the local government election. They're filling in a protest for the next election. And as I said, President, that coordination is not incompetence. planning is not paralysis, and shouting is not governance. Some believe that if their shouts, their sophistry loud enough, reality will surrender. But they blame you for believing in boring things, in plans, in budgets, in engineering, in timelines, and also in work being done. President, they say you presented dreams and promises. You may be constrained by resources, but we should never allow a situation wherein our ambition is constrained. Yes, we're nearing, you may be nearing you may be on the 8th year of your 2 years and have committed to do certain things within that period. But we should not fall into the trap of believing that because at some point there was a lack of resources, therefore those things will not happen. And that even if we fail in building new cities and in connecting people through speed trains, or the vision that you hold dearly of making the life of every South African better, we will never be blamed for being ambitious. And as some are interested in noise, we are interested in progress. And let me tell you, before we leave this podium, that some years in this house are too small for complexity, for patience, and for hard work. But governing a country, unlike playing tennis, requires all three: complexity, patience, and work, which is the work that you've shown over the time. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Could you please take your seats? Take your seats, honorable members. Honorable Speaker, that brings us to the close of the debate for today. I want to thank the Honorable President, the Honorable Deputy President. I want to thank all the honorable members that participated from the podium, as well as those who participated from their seats, for maintaining the dignity of the House and for making this a lively debate. Honorable members, that brings us to the close of the debate, and this concludes the business of the day. The joint sitting starts adjourned.
21 years.
Yaphapha MK.
Thina saba namathemba.